the Caribbean. And it's all because of stinking oppression, repressive education for a chosen few. So many brothers on the corner, cause no school to go, no work to do, crying sin kicks, the crying Nevis, in Antigua, in Dominica, oppressors, leave we alone. Oppressors, come off the bone.
Shut alive, shut alive.
Colonialism went, oh that I know, but oppression never ever let we go. They granted independence few by few, but oppressors never ever left them to. With his imperialistic game plan, he monopolized the land. Now the people of the Caribbean ain't got much food, ain't got much land. The crying Bimsha, Erie back in Grenada, in Jamaica, Trinidad, Guyana, oppressors, leave we alone. Oppressors, come off the bone.
Shut alive, shut alive.
The thing that hurt me most about oppression is the involvement of we politicians. You both brother to help fight oppression. Brother, get in there and join the bandwagon. You oppose the ruling party, you become an enemy, and you could swear to Jah Almighty. That's your destiny, your destiny. The crying NASA in Bermuda, in Aruba, Martinique, St. Lucia. Oppressors, leave we alone. Oppressors, come off the bone. Oppressors, leave we alone. Oppressors, come off the bone. Oppressors, leave we alone. Oppressors, come off we bone. Leave we alone. Come off we bone. Right. Oppression. Oppressors. 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 Oppressors.
Sounds of the man Beckett there, coming to you with the song Oppression. I'm JefroyMorrishaw, and I'm coming to you live and direct from the Gaza here in the Boogie Down Bronx. And as we get ready to blast off on a beautiful Wednesday evening here, coming to you, it's kind of rainy on the outside here in the Bronx. Temperature, it's on the downside, very chilly here in the New York metropolitan area. But we're going to be blasting from the past this evening. We're going to be talking about what have happened in the past. We're going to also be chit-chatting with a few folks shortly. As soon as I get myself organized, we'll be speaking to a gentleman by the name, of course, Connor, out of the Anguilla area there. We're going to be talking about the ANSAR reunion that is upcoming in July. We're also going to pick up where we left off from last week with some other stuff. But before we get to all of that, I'm going to drop you another track and give folks a chance to log in and log on, you know. But before we get into the music and stuff and all of that good thing this evening, I want to remind us, folks, that a lot is happening out there in the world. So just remember that we have to just respect each other and respect our citizens and our people out there that is doing their best for us. You know, I mean, a lot of things happening here and folks take it for granted that they have them out, they could say as they please. But they're gonna find out very shortly. You might have your mouth and think you could say as you please, but God will determine whether he wants you to continue saying as you please or not, you know. So we have to show a little respect for the elders and stuff like that.
I was going to be on our Facebook Zoom, right?
Mr. James, close your mic, please. I'm going to be talking with Brother Hannah in a bit and Brother James. So before we get into that, I think I want to blast from the past there because there's a track here that one sister, Queenie G, her first Monarch title back, I think it was in 2020. And this track is something she said, we are in this together. And I want to believe that since 2020 to present, the folks in the Federation seems to forget what we was calling for in terms of the togetherness and the respect for each other and stuff like that. It appears as though there was a few people in my corner when the patch-up fella was disrespecting folks and radio and on social media all over the place, until it started affecting certain people. Some people had nothing to say, but we all went after him for attacking citizens. I personally have been commenting on Baby Brantley about attacking the citizens in Nevis who might have highlighted some of his shortcomings. But it appears as though today the new paradigm is that there are people in the new Labor administration, whether board members or whether there might be ambassadors or whatever, seems to be going on just like they have them under the Team Unity administration. So I just want to put it out here this evening, you know. We don't want little piggies out there doing the nonsense on social media and making the Labor administration look bad. We campaign against things that was wrong. So if it was wrong under the former administration, I'm asking all of you and all parties in the Federation at home and abroad to please cease and desist from these social media attacks on each other. It doesn't sound good, it doesn't look good, it does not help the situation, you know. This is a time for healing. The Labor administration just got into office some 8-9 months ago. And there's a lot that has been done. There's a lot to be done. And we need to just focus and building and the family affair of our famous beloved St. Kitts Nevis. And don't forget, back in the days, you all know how I love my Anguilla. I believe in the statehood days. I believe in the St. Kitts Nevis Anguilla still. But, Anguilla had the opportunity to pull away. And though they pull away, I'm still, in my heart, they're still part of us. So we're going to have Anguilla joining us this evening. We're going to have a good chit chat. But just before we get to Mr. Carlson, I'm going to drop this track by Queenie G. This one is called We're in This Together. St. Kitts Nevis Anguilla, we are one. All right? Sister Queenie G.
It's Queenie G. For Sugar Mass 49. For better or for worse, be it blessing or curse, for richer or poorer, we're in this together. As a federation in which to stand as one, it's each for the other, we're in this together. We are one big family under a theme, unity. We share one vision, one purpose, one mission. Never ever lose focus and let nothing divide us. But let us all remember, we're in this together. And though the heavens fall, we can still stand tall, knowing that we're in this together. Come rain or shine, we know that we'll be fine, knowing that we're in this together. United we are strong, divided we'll go wrong, as we head into the future with the hope that we will prosper. May this ever be our mantra. We're in this, we're in this, we're in this, we're in this together. Choice again, determined who would reign. So stop crying, brother, we're in this together. In spite of all you knew, look what you went and do. So why even bother, we're in this together. They say who can't hear does feel, and a deal is a deal. So stop the crying, it's not like you're dying. You were given an option, and you made your decision. So spare me the hysteria. We're in this together. Under the heavens fall, we can still stand tall, knowing that we're in this together. Come rain or shine, we know that we'd be fine, knowing that we're in this together. United we are strong, divided we'll go wrong, as we head into the future with the hope that we will prosper. May this ever be our mantra. We're in this, we're in this, we're in this, we're in this together. To survive, we need each other. Coronavirus has served to remind us, no matter where we are, we're in this together. With millions infected and far too many dead, just a stark reminder, we're in this together. The global economy decimated real badly, blunting the future, causing most to suffer. The road to recovery is not going to be easy, so build our agriculture, we're in this together. And though the heavens fall, we can still stand tall, knowing that we're in this together. Come rain or shine, we know that we'd be fine, knowing that we're in this together. United we are strong, divided we'll go wrong, as we head into the future with the hope that we will prosper. May this ever be our mantra. We're in this, we're in this, we're in this, we're in this together. Way. Let us come together. Hold my hand. When all is said and done, don't care which side you're on. It really don't matter. We're in this together. Put politics aside, embrace national pride. The people, the agenda. We're in this together. Never mind your complexion. Deep down we all are one, with love of country that's worth more than money. And in this time of crisis, we need solid leadership, community and labor. We're in this together. And though the heavens fall, we can still stand tall, knowing that we're in this together. Come rain or shine, we know that we'd be fine, knowing that we're in this together. United we are strong, divided we'll go wrong, as we head into the future with the hope that we will prosper. May this ever be our mantra. We're in this, we're in this, we're in this, we're in this together. Let's put politics aside and seek to build our nation, for we are one federation.
Yeah, sounds of Queen J. And tap your screen there and open your mic, guys. Brother Calvin James, I sent you a message to turn your device that you're using on the side that you can get a full screen. You did it correctly and then you put it back. God knows what you did. But if you're on a phone, you need to just turn your phone on the side and you'll get a full screen, just like Brother Carlson. Good evening, Brother Carlson. Connor, how are you doing?
I'm fine, Mr. Morrishaw. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly.
Correct, man. You got it correctly.
I've seen your face in the place many times, but we never had a chance to encounter like we are doing tonight. And I'm thanking you, and first of all, for having me on here on this. I'm told that your numbers are growing by leaps and bounds in terms of the social media. So I'm happy to be here to spread the word as ANSAR 2023 that will be taking place on Anguilla for the very first time. And we're excited about it.
Yeah, good, man. Good. Yeah, I understand the numbers are climbing up weekly. I can see that. We've been here from 2020. Should have been just a 14-day spell to just give updates on what's taking place in quarantine. But it turned out that 4.5 years later, we're still here and going to be pumping for some time. Brother James, if you cannot get that stuff straightened up, just leave it the way it is, no problem. Just tap your screen, open your mic, that you could give a quick introduction. So while we're waiting for Mr. James to organize himself, Brother Connor, could you give a quick synopsis of who is Carlson Connor?
Okay, Carlson Connor basically is from Anguilla. I was born in Anguilla.
Hold on a minute, bring your device down a bit. I'm seeing you tap off your...
Me?
Yeah, bring your screen down a bit. I'm seeing all your chairs in the back. Well, I'm not seeing your face. I want to see your full face. You're a pretty young man there on screen. I want the folks to see that.
I hope I'll be able to do that.
Yeah, just bring it down a bit. Just bring it down up the upper. Okay, that's good. That's good.
That's good?
Yeah, we can work with that.
Yes, I said I'm from Anguilla. I was born in Anguilla. I lived in St. Thomas, New York, Virgin Islands for about 5.5 years. Since in the 60s, I'm not a young man. I may look young on the screen, but then I came to the United States in 1967 to pursue a career in dental, mechanical dentistry. I've done that for about 40 years now. I've been in real estate business. I'm a broker in real estate, and I'm general manager for a white coat company in Long Island. Since then, we have had a number of things happening in Anguilla, especially when the hurricanes season occur. And we are a very small island, with about 15 to 20,000 people presently, 35 square miles. You know about Anguilla. Anguilla, Sincas, and Nevis was once a state.
Yes.
But we had to pull away for, financial purposes or reasons. But we still keep that kind of bond together. And I'm very much excited that when we know that ANSAR will be hosted on Anguilla, and hoping that we'll get as many petitions and divisions on our side to come to Anguilla. Some of them, even though we are that close, we had never ever been to Anguilla. I can say this without any reservation that only once since I've been in Anguilla, I've been to Sincas one time and Nevis. Now, I mean, it's a shame, but I went there I've been there 2014.
Wow.
And that was my brother-in-law. They had a reunion. He was a pastor there. Reverend Hodge was his name. But I'm very much, looking forward and seeing how we can get the word out there, especially to Nevisians and petitions. Anguilla does not know too much about ANSAR. So this is a chance for them now to really learn what ANSAR stands for, who's ANSAR, and this way we can incorporate and embrace it. But we have a number of Nevisians and petitions who lives on Anguilla. So they know about ANSAR, and I hope that they will come out and support us or share the word to their friends and family members. So basically, in a nutshell, I'm also the president of a non-for-profit organization for the last 18 years, which is Anguilla Progressive Association of New York. We normally, just before COVID, every year we would give an annual dinner dance at the Antoine's, Queens Village. So we are going back there next year, right after ANSAR finishes up. I already make reservations with the management, and I booked the band already and everything. So we're looking forward in having those folks coming out and join us again, and it's a fun time. So we actually, the dance basically is in commemoration of Anguilla Day, which takes place on May 30th. And that's basically what I have to share about me and who I am at present.
Okay, brother Connor, just
Yes.
where you start there, I would like you to continue, because many people would hear about ANSAR, but does not understand what is ANSAR and what it does. So could you give a little elaboration on ANSAR?
Well, ANSAR is made up of several organizations, and I'm just not, excuse me, one person cannot say that he or she is going to join ANSAR or there's a member of ANSAR. They have to belong to an organization. Now, as I stated earlier, APNI has been around for 27 years right now. We started in 1996. And I would say, for those who want to do the math, see how many years that is. So we're not just a Johnny-come-lately. And we and they'll have, there are delegates in the ANSAR organization. And it's made up, the word ANSAR stands for Anguilla, Nevis, St. Kitts Associations Reunion. And I was told to the little bits and pieces that I read that ANSAR started, and I don't know if it was Montreal or Toronto, Canada, and either 1984 or 1983, somewhere about, by a lady from St. Kitts. So they just kept that momentum going, which is good. But what I think it needs, though, it needs strengthening, and it needs a more broader scope, especially in the Caribbean, because, if you're going to have, and see, don't bring it back to your shows. I could have hosted ANSAR here in New York in Uniondale at the Marriott, where CABA hosted theirs about 2006. I was part of that during that time. But I said, no, it had never, ever been on Anguilla. And what, by any means necessary, I'm using a quote from Malcolm X. I said, we should take this to Anguilla because it's in the Caribbean. It's a Caribbean thing. Some of us live in different parts of the world. Some of us live throughout the diaspora. But if we can help our island to benefit from such by people coming to our shores and see what it is that we have to offer, I think is it's about the right time to do such. And what you're doing too, you're coming in, you're freeing up from COVID. Because now we're out. You know, I think there's one island, I don't know if it's St. Kitts or where, but they have a song out saying we are free or we are out or something like that.
We're outside again. That's St. Kitts for Carnival. The Grandmasters, that's the road march for this year. Outside again.
Every Caribbean island should just adopt it and run with it as a road march for them too.
But the funny thing about that song was sung last in the Virgin Islands by a Kittian by way of Keon, who sings with various bands there. A guy by the name of Soldier.
Okay.
He sang Outside Again last year in a different format though.
But he didn't register them.
He didn't register them, but like anything else, like I tell people, in St. Kitts Nevis, if you want anything spice up, just drop it in one of those bands' hand. Back in the days, Elimat and the GS Brass.
Oh yeah, don't talk about Elimat, man.
Right?
When those guys go down on Eastern Parkway Labor Day, forget it.
Yep, you know, so the Small Axe Band does it. We got the New Vibes, we got the Collision Band.
Yes.
We have Upset Squad now doing their stuff. There's a lot of bands on St. Kitts Nevis, core band. And this is the situation. If I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying the first time ANSAR will be heading Anguilla will be next month? I mean, July?
July, correct.
And this event is about how many years old?
About 40.
You know, for the life of me, I don't understand how we can have these things and say that we are supporting each other and stuff like that. And Anguilla has been a part of this organization from the inception, and nobody has the vision to stage something in Anguilla. That is beyond me. But I want to thank you and the people who are behind this project in making sure that Anguilla get a piece of the action. We've been hearing the cry and the Nevis and about fair share. Well, this is definitely not a fair share. Because if you're getting 1 out of 40, 1 out of 40 is definitely not a good calculation. So
no, the percentage does not look right.
It doesn't look right. The maths don't add up. It doesn't add up.
They don't.
So what date in July is this event in Anguilla?
We are doing it on a Friday, the 14th of July to the 16th, which is a Sunday.
Okay.
Friday to the 16th of July, 2023. We were slated to host this in the 2020. But, you know, due to the pandemic, we keep on postponing and postponing and postponing. So we couldn't go any further. So I'm sure now everyone coming to the shores can come in, you know, without a mask or without any kind of testing or what have you, because I think that all of that now is behind us so far. So we can go in now without any vaccination papers or anything of that nature.
Right. For the benefit of the folks online around the world that will be happy to give Anguilla a try, could you give them a little rundown of the activities that will be taking place there?
Okay, well, according to what I have here in front of me, because we have a steering committee on Anguilla, and they're still working on certain things, you know, as I said, ironing out the little kinks here and there. But the welcome reception and meet and greet will be at a local hotel known as Anguilla Great House. Now, one of the things I want to share with the folks listening to, Anguilla is considered one of the most unique islands within the Caribbean. 95% of the land on Anguilla is owned by Anguillians, not the government. If the government wants land from a person and they want to do something with that land to say, well, to help to develop that area, and that is owned by an Anguillian, they could go and ask, or, you know, negotiate with them through a process known as eminent domain. Now, if that person does not want to give it up to them, there's nothing the government going to do. Okay, so this great house where we are, I'm talking about where the meet and greet is on the beach.
Okay.
You could either put your foot in the water, the pool, which is going to be in the center of the grounds, or you could skip the pool and go straight to the beach and overlooking St. Martin. That's the Friday night. That's from 7 until 10 p.m. Okay. Now, the 15th, we're going to be doing like an island tour, whereby you make your reservations with the community on Anguilla, steering committee. There's numbers on our website, which is ANSAR, ANSAR, 2023, Anguilla.com. I repeat, ANSAR, ANSAR, 2023, Anguilla.com. That is our website. And all of the information is up there. And if there's nothing, if some things that you did not really get clear, I can give you my personal number. I don't mind doing that, which is 516-220-1856. 516-220-1856. And we also have an 800 number too that I can give out. That's 1-800-969-2218. 1-800-969-2218. Okay, let me continue with the itinerary. Official opening ceremony from 9 to 9:30, Anguilla Great House lawn again. Lectures slash workshops will continue after that period of time. And on Saturday now, which will be one of our 5-star hotels. I'm sure that you guys have heard about it, or you could go online and look it up. It's Aurora, A-U-R-O-R-A, Aurora Hotel and Golf Course, from 6 to 12 a.m. Music by one of our local top-notch bands. Sometimes we bring them up here too for our annual dinner dance, known as Boss on the Horsepower. Now, let me tell you a little about the band, because I know it's the same thing within St. Kitts, because when these bands start, they don't stop. This band would play for 4 hours. You would have to get off the floor in order to take a break. So I just want these folks to know in advance, okay? So that would be the band doing the foot stomping music. The international denominational service is at from 10 until 11:30 p.m. at another local place overlooking sandy ground in Anguilla. For those of you who know Anguilla or have been to Anguilla, it's like on a hill overlooking sandy ground, and that's just taking place at the Blue Ridge, also owned by the same people who owns Anguilla Great House, okay? The luncheon and awards is from 12:30 to 2:30 p.m. at the same Blue Ridge. The fashion and culture show at the same Blue Ridge from 3 to 6 p.m. So we are asking people from, I mean, we can't get quite a number of folks coming through, but we are still in the search of folks from the St. Kitts and Nevis, especially for the cultural show. And that was one of the reasons why I said, you know, it's best to have this event on Anguilla as opposed to having it here in the United States, because there is an expense to come through from St. Kitts or Nevis or Anguilla to come up here. When you're right there in the Caribbean, we can take a ferry, charter a ferry, and then just hop over. I don't know how many hours it's going to take, but I remember years ago when there was 2 boat ships on Anguilla known as the Betsy and the Waspike. They used to take like a day to get to St. Kitts. But in today's world, it's just a matter of a couple of boaters on the boat and you're down there in maybe 2 or 3 hours, okay? So that is our itinerary for the ANSAR event. We are still working on different artists from different the 3 islands, and hoping that in our next time when we meet, maybe later down in the month, we will have those names all sorted out. But I cannot, while I'm on this, I can share with you guys that we have commitments from the Prime Minister of St. Kitts, I think is Dr. Drew, and the Premier from Nevis, who is Mark Brantley. I hope I'm pronouncing their names correctly. As a matter of fact, I just got a message from him that I will be putting in our souvenir journal. So that all I was waiting for. I got his picture already, so he's good and ready to go. As far as I'm concerned, where I'm concerned, where it comes from, bringing a message from the people of Nevis to the folks throughout the diaspora as it relates to ANSAR.
I'm happy to hear that the Prime Minister and the Premier will be supporting, because it's just a stone throw across the road, and we have so many competent ferries that runs between St. Kitts and Nevis. They go as far as Antigua and Anguilla and St. Martin. So I'm pretty sure they can make it down to Anguilla for a trip. I heard you speak about entertainment and looking for artists. Anguilla has a great deal of artists, but I have to speak specifically of 2 particular artists that I have used over the COVID situation where we did virtual events. There was 2 artists, brothers and sisters.
Out of Anguilla?
Out of Anguilla.
Okay.
They perform well and those shows. And I
Are
know
you
that I am sure that these two artists, they should there's nothing that should be taking place in Angola, and these two artists does not get an opportunity to perform.
And who are the names? What are the names?
The young lady name is Aurelyn Weed.
Who?
Aurelyn Weed.
Never heard of her. And
Well, if you never heard of Aurelyn, then you're not a true Anguillian. Eh? I'm telling you now, you spend too much time in North America.
yeah, I'm here 56 years.
That's Aurelyn Weed is one of the top female artists there in Anguilla. She sing gospel. She do everything. She have done it. And her brother is Darvin Mussington from the Mussington Brothers.
Okay, as the folks who say, put a pin in that. Are you? Darvin had a daughter. That's why I was about to ask.
No, Darvin's sister, Aurelyn Weed.
I don't know that, but yeah, but I know Darvin very well. I mean, he plays in a lot of clubs on Anguilla, and they had a band which called him
Mussington Brothers, correct. They perform.
You're fully well knowledge, man, about Anguilla, man.
Man,
you have your passport, Anguilla passport?
I need to get it because I tell you, I believe in the great trinity of islands. And as a matter of fact, I told Aurelyn I would like her and her brother to record that song because I know since independence and Anguilla have gone their way, we don't hear the song anymore. We sang that in school.
Which one was that?
Great Trinity of Islands. Okay. That St. Kitts Nevis Anguilla. That was a song that we had to sing in school on a regular basis.
Wow.
When we have our
morning procession.
Morning procession.
Yes. Yeah.
And
we call it lining up.
Correct. You know,
before you go to the classroom.
This thing about God bless the Queen, now we change to God bless the King. That I have no interest in. What I have interest
that's tripping us up, man.
Yeah. What I have interest in is that song, Great Trinity of Ireland, and I'm looking forward to Aurelyn and Darvin doing that song for me. I'm going to send you their pictures and their names.
I don't know his sister, but I know Darvin very well.
Well, Aurelyn.
As a matter of fact, my nephew sings with Darvin. His name is Springer in the Calypso world.
Okay, I'm going to send you to my YouTube page and my Facebook page where they perform. They brought down the house during the pandemic.
Yeah, in Anguilla?
No.
Where?
Virtually online when I did.
Oh, okay.
When I did my virtual events during the pandemic. So
Darvin and his sister they can. I don't know about his sister, like I said, but Darvin and his daughter they can bellow, man. You're good.
As a matter of fact, is one of our Kittitian that moved to Anguilla that put me in contact with Aurelyn.
Okay.
A guy by the name of Ranger, Calypsonian. And when Ranger put me in contact with Aurelyn, then Aurelyn put me in contact with her brother. But great performance. And if nobody else is on that show for the
I mean for the locals.
For the locals, I really would appreciate it. Reach out to them, see what they can do. If I'm going to try my best, though I will be just coming back from St. Kitts because my team is touring St. Kitts from June 17 to July 6. But Delhi Keynes Busu has been on my case to make sure that I come down for that reunion. And I want to give her credit for her continued support and advocacy for Anguilla.
Yes.
So on that note, I'm going to try my utmost best to make it across there. But once you guys finalize what you're doing and your steering committee, I mean, you got the contact information. Just let me know. You guys can come in and update the people.
No problem.
But as a matter of fact, I see you have two other people in line. One is
Well, that's my right hand man. Mr. Frank. We are both from the same organization.
Franklin Woods.
Franklin Woods. So I asked him to join. So and then Mr. Calvin James out of St. Kitts / Nevis.
Okay. So let me ask them to tap their screen, open their mic, but Mr. Franklin Woods' video is not on, so I would hope that he know how to turn on his video. If he did not join with his video, I would ask him to log out and log back in with his video and audio, because the folks online love to put faces with the voices.
Correct.
So Brother Franklin Woods, if you're hearing me, if you can tap your screen, open your mic and come with your picture. If not, you can log out and come back in. Mr. James, all you need to do is to tap your screen and open your mic. Your picture was already up. But yeah, anyway, while those guys are getting their act together,
Yes.
I just want you to know in 2019, just before the pandemic, we did had a little tour there to Anguilla. We played cricket in the park there in Anguilla, and I must say, I have traveled across the globe in various islands playing cricket. And the best, other than Warner Park, I think the best cricket pitch I have played on was
Anguilla?
Yep. Nice pitch.
Awesome, man. You're in the valley.
Right in the valley, man. Right in the valley. It was no shadow. It was right in the valley. And the guys there, Terry Adams and the crew,
yes,
they took care of us, and the ministers of tourism, government ministers, they really came around. And
you said that was 2019.
2019 June.
Okay, that Victor Banks party was in then.
Yeah, 2019 June. And
Victor
we toured St. Martin, Anguilla.
Okay.
And we was well taken care of. I have a very solid family background there in Anguilla. I have Stacy, Bunny here, and other family members that live in Anguilla from both Gwynedd side and my side, St. Clair and Kudia.
Okay.
Casilla Bunny. We have the Connors there, the Chrissy Connor and crew.
Yes. It's Blowing Point.
Joyce Lynn in Blunt Point. As a matter of fact, I think it was 2018, 2019. I was the roadie traveling with Winston Soso out of St. Vincent, you know, the man who loved to see woman with the big bottom and thing. And the last tour we had there was Winston Soso and I. We was invited there for the international
Leeward Islands Calypso show.
Correct. And we had a great time. We was well taken care of by those guys. And like I keep saying to people, some of these artists, them guys treat us well. They took care of us, ain't no question. But these artists, some of them sometimes, they make people like me look bad because
really
everything went well. And there was an arrangement that Winston will be paid and I will be paid prior to him taking the stage. And I guess these guys have this thing in them where promoters don't pay them the money and stuff. So just before Winston was supposed to go on stage to perform, he asked me, did I get paid already? Because he was already there 2-3 days.
Yes.
And I told him no. He said, well, I'm not going on stage till you get paid. So as the roadie, I have to go and deliver the message.
Yes.
Because if I tell him I get paid,
yes,
and I didn't get paid,
yes,
and then I don't get paid, then I'm responsible for that money, right?
Exactly.
So I have to be honest with him. And I said to him, I said, well, boy, I'm not going on stage till I get paid, you know. So I went and had to deliver that sad news to the folks. And I think it was kind of sour taste left in their mouth because after treating us so well, I guess they figured that, man, you could wait until after the show. But it was not my doing.
Exactly.
I had to do what the artist asked me to do. And that is why you got roadies management.
Yes.
The managers negotiate and the managers look bad because they demand their funds and stuff like that. But other than that, I would say the Anguillians, they really took care of me. And same in the St. Thomas Virgin Islands, same as St. Kitts when I took the bands to St. Kitts. We get paid, they treat us well, and I really appreciate that. So I'm looking for good things to happen on the new... Hello?
You guys hearing me now, I believe.
Yeah, I'm hearing you now, Mr. James. So like I said, I'm looking for good things. So this reunion,
yes,
I've been to the one here in Uniondale in New York. I was part of that. I was one of the DJs on that event.
Really?
And sister,
Kaba?
Yeah, Kaba, what her name is there?
Helen.
No, not Helen.
She was a president then.
No, Isma Taylor was the president at the time.
Isma Taylor?
Isma Taylor.
Okay.
Isma Taylor was the president then. As a matter of fact, she was one of those professors at the Bronx Community College here in the Bronx.
Okay, yeah.
Just before Bronx Community.
Bronx Community College. Okay.
Yeah, over here in University. Just before she moved back to St. Kitts. So she had me involved in everything St. Kitts Nevis. Anything that Isma Taylor did during that time for Kaba, I was always there. Nice. The new set of people that coming on board who does not understand the business and the culture and where we're coming from, they does not understand the road that was paved for them to be where they are.
That's correct.
As a matter of fact, there's an organization, I think, that came years before me by the name of Sons and Daughters that was created by the Harleys, I think. They're dormant because they're getting old and they're dying out, but that organization, I always try to get them involved in everything I'm doing, simply because they was there all during the days of Elimat and the JS Boys coming to New York and stuff. These people was a part of those days. But as we get older, people forget that the older boys, they paved the way for them, you know?
Yes, yes.
You know, so it's a long history. But I am asking the people who is within the sound of my voice, who are in the region there, whether you might be in St. Martin, Statia, Sabre, Antigua, Dominica, wherever you are, as long as you can get down to Anguilla for that reunion. You say it's what date? The 16th to?
The 14th of July,
14th.
2023.
14th to the 16th of July. I can say to you.
Excuse me, I forgot to mention though that the dinner dance, which is on Saturday, which is the 15th, will take place at the Aurora Hotel. I may have mentioned that because I remember spelling the word. And that is one of the 5-star hotels in Anguilla. And it's a very, very nice place.
You know, folks try to count the pennies. So what is the individual the whole package for that event?
Well, the dinner dance is $150, and that's US money.
Well, I know in Anguilla we only spend us money in Anguilla.
Us money.
You know, but you know what surprised me though when I was there in 2019? I didn't realize that Anguilla still take Eastern Caribbean dollars.
They sure do, but they don't. They look at it like with a scorn now.
Yeah, but that was funny to me. I was shocked because I know Anguilla is now prominent US. So I went to
95% of the currencies they deal with US money. Even if you're on Anguilla and you're building a house, it's all done in US.
Okay.
And if you're paying the guys, you have to pay them in US.
Yeah. But I love to hang out in Anguilla. The beaches are nice, the people are nice, the food is good. There's a gentleman there. He sponsors events for me through Delicanes, Deli Basso. Something Cartier. He has a restaurant called Tasties or something.
Yeah, you're on the right track. He's overlooking Sandy Ground. He's on the west. We call it like Lower South Hill or South Hill area. Yes.
Okay.
I know who you're talking about. Sometimes he comes up here. The tourist board brings him up here for certain trade shows and stuff like that. Yes, Cartier's last name is Cartier.
Yeah, very good chef. So I would recommend anyone once you got to Anguilla.
Yes, go there.
And you
have a nice view of Sandy Ground.
Definitely.
From his restaurant, yes.
Yeah, you're supporting the ANSAR reunion, but don't leave there without going to Tasties for a little meal. And his rum punch and everything was bang on.
He's heavy on what do you call it, on Sundays and brunch. Brunch?
Yeah.
Very heavy on Sunday. You can eat all you can.
Yeah, all you can eat on a Sunday. Yeah, brother Calvin James, you there?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
He's testing his voice.
You're testing your voice. How are you doing?
Oh man, I'm doing very good. Giving thanks to Almighty God for another day. We always thanks. To inviting me to be part of deal called memorable and most through my colleague in cricket there to Troy Beefles. He got me really linked up with Morrishaw. I knew Morrishaw for years, but early Matt we never really did connect. Maybe because of my work and so, in and out from time to time for short stays. But Calvin James is the name. You could I was spent in Canada, throughout West to industrial engineering background. And I've also have certification in business. Put that aside, I'm a cricket fanatic. Always look out for Oakland over the years. I really believe that.
Calvin, I do not know where you are, what's going on with you, but you're breaking up badly. We're not hearing you properly. I do not know if you want to check your connection. You might be on Wi-Fi, wherever you are. You're not coming through clear at all. You're breaking up badly. And it would be a shame that you'll be having you'll be having such a lovely conversation and the people don't hear what you're saying.
Yep.
If
Let
you're
me see
using
if
that.
this will be better. Put in my earplugs.
Okay.
Let me see if that's any better. You hear me any better?
So far, yeah.
Yeah, I maybe I was on the speakerphone, that's why.
Okay.
So you hear me better now, right?
Much better, much better.
Okay. Yeah, saying that the name is Cal James. Petition born of spent almost half my life in Canada. And background is industrial engineering, worked on 3 continents of the world, and business and certification. I'm all quick. And most of all, I have a love for my islands. My grandmother is from Anguilla. I have a lot of family in Anguilla. I've been involved in ANSAR since around 2002, 2004, just shortly after I went out to Calgary. Got more intricately involved because we're not really involved in the operations of ANSAR. And I thought it really was a very, very good idea for Miss Faustina France, who is the one who originated ANSAR out of Montreal. And it was, for the first 8-10 years, it was in Montreal, and then New York, and then it expanded over the world to Leeds, to Birmingham, and so forth, and in Miami and New York, and St. Kitts had in 2008, which I was the coordinator for the magazine and so on. And then in 2018, I was the ANSAR is I will recall one of the most prestigious associations for the 3 islands that bring a lot of marine and bring back a number from the good old days. And I thought what Carlson said up front was very, very good. And also you, Morrishaw, I thought you guys gave a very, very good breakdown of the answer. I just fill in a few little points here. One of it is that what Anguilla only had it one time for 50 years. I believe I'm not part of the executive for the overall answer. The information that I have, I think is kind of undisputed. What happened is that ANSAR is really an event where the different associations from the different countries, they kind of bid for the event. It's bidding for almost like the Olympics. So you find what happened. I think Anguilla had a bid a times in the past, but the hurricane invented that, just like St. Thomas. And it's 2 occasions now that Thomas, it was built for St. Thomas to have it after the bidding process. And they had a serious problem, with hurricane, and it was devastated and so forth. So that contributed to the problems. The other thing that happened is that a lot of times in the past, because it was originated in Montreal, North America almost dominated it between Montreal, Toronto, and New York. Montreal, Toronto, New York, first 10 or so of ANSAR. But then after our people, we start spreading and we start realizing how good this is, we start to the region. So now it's for us in the different regions who have an organization to really look towards a bid. It's not a selective thing. It's done by a process. Like when we go to Angola, whichever country feel as though they can keep it and have it next year, could put a bid. And then we'll elect it. If it's more than one person, we'll vote. If it's one person, they'll probably will get it. And they're monitored in the next year or 2, and then will be proceeded. So that's the thing I wanted to fill here, just to let the viewers and listeners how ANSAR really is. Yes, I think this is something useful to know. The other thing is useful is the benefits. The ANSAR event contributes economic development of the 3 islands. We support directly and indirectly to voluntary associations in the different islands. And this is very important for all the persons who participate to know. But sometimes we don't get enough time on the weekend when we have in the social event to really expound on that. This is something that I think that people should know, that every percentage of the funds that being made after expenses goes towards the different islands, on a percentage basis. So that's another good thing that I think is very important for us to know. The other thing that I wanted to support, that we're getting older, and now we realize ANSAR is more for the one we refer to as the mature group. I really advocate that we start looking at the children. We start looking at our children, grandchildren. Get them involved in ANSAR, because you cannot sustain any event or any business unless you have young people coming in.
All right.
And that's the area that I even promote this again. We need people involved. We need to empower them. and let them know the benefits and what the people who went before us has done. I think Morrishaw made mention of that earlier. And there are some of the things, that's one of the reasons why we have our heads of government participate. That's the reason why we're on this show now. I got to thank Morrishaw really gives this opportunity. It's an excellent opportunity for us. We need to educate all nationals, wherever they might be. You know, I spoke to Carson about us reaching out to the Canadian Commission in Canada, in the UK, and so forth. And I'm here to support. I'm here to any support that they want towards this event. Having the previous year in St. Kitts, where we had an excellent organization, Nevis and that stuff, I'm here to whatever information I have been doing. I think I can speak to that in the sense of making this answer bigger than any event before. And we want to echo that because we need to know information coming to here is just not for social activities. It's business networking. It's an opportunity for you to expand your business, meet other people, meet people who left you school days in your maybe high school, and develop a relationship that is holistic. So I wanted to come across in that area, and I'll rest here for now, and I'll Carlson or Morrishaw, you could comment or ask questions.
I appreciate your contribution there, Brother James. I see Brother Franklin Wood still online, but he have not opened his mic, so I guess he don't plan to speak this evening.
No, he asked me to. He just rang me. He said that he's on a computer that is not have a camera or whatever it is, so he can't really.
It seemed like he's coming. He seemed like he's coming in a different device.
That's correct. Yes, not on the regular one that he constantly uses.
I just sent you the pictures there of Darwin and Arlen. I hope you.
Yeah, I saw it. So I just reply back to you. Thank you.
All right.
Oh, there goes Frank now.
Oh, Brother Franklin. Good evening, sir. How are you doing?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Tap your screen, open your mic. If I cannot hear you. Okay. You there, Franklin? Your mic, Franklin, I can't hear you. I cannot hear you, Franklin. You need to turn on your audio. Did you join with your audio or just your video? Okay, you sound very low. I can hear you, but you sound very, very low. Very low. Maybe you might have to take out the headset you have on. Maybe that is the problem. Pull out the headset. I'm hearing a lot of noise in the background. I'm not hearing. Did you plug out the mic out of the device you're using? You have a very lovely picture, but I'm not hearing you clear. The headset you're using is not doing justice for you. It turned down very low. You could plug it out. Okay, you're connecting audio now. You're connecting to audio now. I'll give you a chance to connect to audio. Okay, tap the screen and open your mic. Tap the screen. Tap the screen. Okay, we're there now.
Okay, let me.
You're feeding back with something. So if you have something you're listening on, turn it down.
Hey, Frank, when you made a call to me, I'm still hearing you on my phone.
Turn off your phone.
Turn your phone off, Frank.
You're feeding back.
Okay, that's it.
So, you there, Franklin?
Yeah, okay. I get it right now.
You're feeding back. You're feeding back. Something is on.
Feed off.
You're feeding back. Something is echoing. Something you have repeating there. If you have your speaker turned up while you're talking, turn it down.
Okay, you can hear me now?
Now you're right, man. Now we're cooking. Now we're bang on.
Don't touch that thing else. Just max your brakes.
Don't touch nothing thing else. Let's go.
Hold brakes.
That's a good one.
Now you might run into the garage. So you don't.
You hearing me now?
I'm hearing
Yes.
you loud and clear now.
Yes.
Just bring your screen up a bit. Your head is cut off. Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Now you can see Frank Woods.
All right. Good evening. Welcome. And let's introduce yourself to the people and give a quick synopsis of who is Franklin.
Yes, well, I was born on Aruba, but grew up on Anguilla and lived there for many years, and then moved to the US over 50 years. And been to St. Kitts many times. I don't know, I had a sister was one of the first police women up there.
Yeah, what's her name? What's her name?
Carmen Woods.
All right.
That's
She
way
didn't
back
arrest, she didn't
in
arrest you, right?
the late. That's
What's
way
the
back in the late 60s.
What's the name?
Carmen Woods.
Carmen
Carmen
Woods.
Wood. Carmen Woods.
Yeah, but
Okay.
but since she has now passed on, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't come to Angola for the reunion and ask us to show you Carmen Woods.
I know guys like the shoemaker on what street that was, Undergo. Yeah, I had a shoemaker. I forgot this what street, but he was Undergo.
Okay, that's in the city?
Yeah.
In Bastia.
And my people in the waterfront was oh boy, what's their last name?
Marigold.
So, by the way, my dad used to had a boat used to travel to St. Kitts, and so on. The Yankee Girl.
The Yankee Girl.
Yeah,
Yeah, I heard about the boat.
yeah. My dad owned that, and but I used to be in St. Kitts a lot when my sister was there.
Okay. I'm more familiar with Chrissy Connor.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we all know Chrissy there, marriage.
Right. Yeah. We all know Chrissy.
If he had run against Bradshaw, he would have won.
Yeah.
He's so popular.
Yeah.
But it's a long time I haven't been to St. Kitts. Oops.
Somebody have a healthy dog there. They're lucky we don't eat dog up here.
Yeah. Too little.
In your area, Morrishaw.
Yeah. I have a Chinese store outside up the block there for me. When I got here, I just want shrimps because I don't think they could turn dog into shrimps.
No, not at all. That's what every time I go to the Chinese restaurant, that's what I buy. Rice, fried shrimps? Yeah.
Shrimp fried rice.
Shrimp fried rice, yes. I was turning the opposite. Yes, I'll say.
Yeah. So, Brother Franklin, it's good seeing you, and I look forward to seeing you when I come across to Anguilla. Like I was just explaining to Carlson, I was in Anguilla back in June of 2019. We played some cricket, and there was a community event somewhere over that they have annually for they play domino by a school. It was an event that they host us there. And the tourism minister at the time, we had so much fun, they wanted us to come back in 2020. But COVID came in and derailed us. We were supposed to go back in 2020. And the Anguilla cricket team as well should be coming to New York, and that was derailed. The St. Kitts team should be coming to New York, that was derailed. We were supposed to go to St. Kitts, that was derailed. So we are heading down to St. Kitts next month. So hopefully next year, we can put Anguilla back on the chart because, like I said, Anguilla is a very lovely place to visit. The people are very nice, and they really take care of us down there. And I just love that cricket pitch, you know.
Well, Frank used to play cricket too. You know, Frank don't, he don't like to talk about these things. But what I was doing when I was growing up, I was always a long stop during cricket. You know what a long stop is?
You know what I like about the long stop?
What?
I could rest my beer on the boundary and have a sip when the ball go in the opposite direction and nobody harass me.
I said I was not going close when that guy bowled or when that guy bat for that ball to hit me. I was always behind the wicket keeper. So as far as the ball could go towards the street where the head center was in Anguilla, I'm running behind the ball until I catch it. Yes. I was always the long stop.
And you guys have some young. I was saying you guys have some young cricketers in Anguilla that could really run fast like a deer. When I went into bat, I look at a gentleman on the boundary and mid on. And this guy came bouncing to me, and I hooked the ball backward square. Figuring I have a nice little six. You know, that guy chased down the ball and caught the ball. I was so upset with myself because I didn't even put much effort. I was so sure the ball gone to the boundary.
Yeah.
I could have hit the ball clean out of the field, but I just came around and just snatched it because I figured he cannot get around there that quick. But when I look around, the guy ran around and took the ball. So, but I look forward to going back to Anguilla. And Brother Carlson, as I said to you,
Yes.
as the committee get their act together,
Yes,
you got a couple of weeks leave still before the reunion.
yes.
I am here every Wednesday evening, 6 to 8. Just send me a note. Feel
Yes.
free to come and give updates to the people.
We certainly will. I
Yeah, because
appreciate it.
if you don't remind folks, some of them memory are very short. There is
That's right.
there is a quote that a politician put on Facebook this morning, and I laughed to myself because I got to speak to her about it. The leader of the NRP. I wanted to practice that. You know, she said, "If it is important to you, you will find a way. If it's not important, you will find excuse." An excuse.
Exactly, exactly.
So the situation is, I know our people, we are resilient people, St. Kitts, Nevis, and Anguilla. And if we want to make it to the ANSAR reunion, we will find a way.
Find her,
And-
exactly. Mhm.
And I am quite happy. It appears that these days, because pretty soon I'm going to be heading into my 2020 politics. So forgive me, I have to say this. It appears to me these days that it's since 1967, I think, Anguilla seceded from St. Kitts. But it appears as me today that in terms of government and people, Anguilla and St. Kitts people get along even better than the Nevian and Kittitian these days. So I'm trying to have a little unity. Back.
You know, I totally agree. Also, you check on my travels to Anguilla back and forth. I used to be regular almost every month. Some years ago before my dad, you know, I was in Anguilla almost every month. And even prior to that, my younger years to Anguilla because of family down there. It's a total different family and love and feeling you get when you're in Anguilla. You know, and I totally agree with you because I've been a lot in Anguilla, you know, John Benjamin and Charles Fleming, my past great uncle, and the folks in Long Bay, all my cousins and stuff, you know. I even my good cousin Ramona, you know, all of the folks down there, you know. It's really the hotel accommodation is good. It's a good hotel.
Yeah.
That I've been there, you know, Bob's in there. You know, quite a few things in Anguilla that we don't hear much about. And that's the reason I was telling that we really need to get on the waves, on the, you know, these kind of opportunities.
Let me share something. Let me share something with you, two gentlemen. When you go to some places, the first thing that when you enter that person's house, they'll ask you if you want something to drink. If you enter someone's house in Anguilla, the first thing they would ask you if you want something to eat. You understand?
That is a fact. That is a fact. But I'll say the same.
They don't ask you if you want something to drink on Anguilla. They ask you if you want something to eat.
That is a fact. But guess what? When I went to England, I had the same experience.
Yes.
First thing I was asked if I want
Yeah,
something
that
to
too.
eat. But while they're offering you something to eat, they're offering you beer, stout,
Yes.
tea, rum. They want you to
Exactly.
drink everything
Beer,
at the same time.
Guinness,
But they make
rum.
sure Guinness, but they make sure they put
Yeah.
something in your stomach first. That's one thing I can.
Exactly. Mhm.
That's right. That's all. You should right with that, Morrishaw. That was my experience too. The first time I was there.
They're not gonna let you drink on
Yeah.
an empty stomach. No,
Yeah.
not in Anguilla. If you want something to eat.
Yeah, but the things I used to hear prior to traveling to Anguilla, if I had listened to them, I might have never reached to Anguilla. But I can say to you that I went there and the way I was taken care of and treated by everyone, I look forward to every opportunity I can run back to Anguilla. I will not go to St. Martin and don't go to Anguilla because it's just a boat trip across. There's about what, 10, 15 minutes across on the ferry?
Well, now it's at about 15, 20 minutes.
15, 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Well, I want to tell you that is when you were there, Mr. Carlson. When last you been to Anguilla?
In 2019.
Okay, well, I'm telling you, you could get across to Anguilla now in 5-10 minutes.
On what? On
And
the,
the
on the,
fa- and the-
air,
and-
on the air drones?
And the fast boat.
On the air drones.
And the fast boat. Just like going to St. Kitts, the regular ferry that runs from Bastille to Charlestown might take anywhere between half an hour, 45 minutes to an hour. But if you go over on the
That's correct.
and the southeast, you can get across to Nevis in 5 minutes and a fast ferry.
Is that the area where they swam from one island to the next?
Correct.
Okay.
Over in that area. You get across there in 5 minutes. So a lot have changed. So for you folks who want to visit Anguilla and you're in St. Martin and you don't have a lot of time, you can get a fast ferry. You get across it in a couple of minutes. But I encourage folks to go and support this ANSAR reunion. You said July 14th to the 16th?
Correct.
And I'll definitely make some plans to get across there. And next week, hopefully you can get your steering committee to have a little more information. And
as a matter of fact,
Maybe
too,
I
would see. I'm sorry. You go ahead, Calvin. You were saying something?
Yeah, I was about to. Yeah, I was about to say here that Carlson could expand on the fact that they now have American Airlines coming in Anguilla, so you can get an American Airlines flight that bring you right into Anguilla. I don't know.
That's from Miami. That's from Miami. That's from Miami.
Yeah, but that's coming from Miami.
Or you also get something coming through straight to St. Martin from Europe.
All of that information, as you're mentioning there, is on our website. There's nothing left out.
Yes.
How to get Anguilla on the website, and I would like to repeat the website again. Is ANSAR, ANSAR 2023 Anguilla.com. ANSAR 2023 Anguilla, ANGUI, we say in the Caribbean, LLA or LLA.
Okay, well, gentlemen, I want to thank you all for joining.
Let me just add one thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just one thing before you go.
Yeah.
I wanted to let the folks out of Canada that have the web flight jet coming out of Toronto. I think that is something bring you right into St. Martin. I think jet coming once or twice a week to St. Martin.
Okay.
So that's another flight that they can be looking at. A lot of people don't know what.
Well,
Coming Calgary West, know about the West. Just want to add.
okay, well, I don't want you to think. Get the information that we could give it to the people and give them factual information. Like I was saying, it's now 7:03, so we've been here a little bit over an hour. This program, I have to do my 2020 politics before I get out of here. And I have a very serious commentary from Dwyer Astafan today, which I have to touch. I have not been able to play his commentary for the last couple of weeks, but I think this one today worth a listen. And we have to give the updates on Nevis and my people out there. So gentlemen, if you guys want to give a closer, it's fine. You guys don't have to leave. You just have to close your mic so that we don't interfere with the broadcast. But I want to thank you guys for showing up for Anguilla, and let's try and keep the flames burning for Anguilla.
Again, Mr. Morrishaw, I thank you very much from the bottom of my heart for allowing your airways, opening up your airways to us to reach those folks who sometimes they say, well, I never heard about ANSAR. I mean, where ANSAR was taking place this year. So here's a medium now that is really can bring them home. When you were talking about these different islands in the Caribbean, so you're really reaching the diaspora, or for folks who did not know about it before now. Then they can't say, if you didn't know, now you know. And again, I challenge you to go on our website and see all of the information there. And I left both the 800 number and my personal cell phone numbers. You can reach me at any point in time. And I thank you very much, and thanks again, and enjoy the rest of the night. And thank you, Mr. James, for your input and participating in this cause.
Yeah, and Mr. Carson, there's many people from Anguilla that listen to this program. As a matter of fact, my cousins are online. So if you can come up with a local number going forward for the folks in Anguilla who have to reach out to the local committee.
Well, I can do that next week. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Okay, thank you much.
So, Brother Franklin, you have anything you have to say? Okay.
Frankie went off. Frankie can't hear you.
Okay. Frank shut down his mic again. Folks, I'm going to hail up a few people here and online.
right.
So just close your mic. You don't have to leave, but just close your mic that we don't have an issue with the feed. I want to say good night to my boy, there, brother Thaddeus Deposo over there in the Florida area. How about Linda Bratcher? Good evening. How are you doing? Katuba, Arumba, what's going on with you, my brother? Looking forward to seeing you in Sugar City St. Kitts with the team. Ermin Farrell, how are you doing? Ermin Preeley, how are you doing? Ruby Walters, how are you doing? Also, just touch your mic, close your mic there, brother Carson. Sandra Thompson, good evening. How are you doing? Ingrid Daniel Farrell, how are you doing? Clayton Davis, how is Bo and you guys there in the Virgin Islands? I want to big up Sister Rosita Pontine, Sister Hazel Claxton, Naomi Ward, how are you doing? Jetty Taylor. Simona Cinder, how are you doing? Gigi Williams, how are you doing? How about Romello Jeffers, how are you doing? Want to big up Katrina Ballot in St. Martin, sorry. Paul Francis there in St. Martin. The man Ivor Henry there in the Florida area. The man Eustace Hendrickson there in the Houston area. Bigging up brother Monarch there in St. Kitts, the man Ronnie Rascal. Dennis Phillip, the man Austin Williams, Rosita Pontine. Fiona, how are you doing? The man Julian Pemberton. Well, we're going to drop this track here with brother Dwyer Astafan because right following Dwyer Astafan, we're going to have some serious conversation here with the political landscape in the Federation of St. Kitts Nevis. And I want to say a special good evening here to our Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Terence Jew, Sister Dame Marcella Liebert, Governor General. I understand there was a new Deputy Governor sworn today. Congratulations to you, sir. And the AG there, Brother Garth Wilkin, how are you doing? Sister Marsha Henderson, the man Samuel Duggins, Brother Honorable Canvas Maynard. How about Sister Joy Clark, Iselin Phillip? Want to big up the man there, Jeffrey Hanley, the man Nathan Nelson, Kenny Douglas. How are you doing? Want to big up Hugh Coleman David. Want to big up Sister Gwyneth Morrishaw. Good evening. How are you doing? How about Sister Beverly Morrishaw? My baby girl there. How are you doing? My son Jeffroy Jr. there in the California area. Sister Jazza. My sister Esther there in Tortola, Makish, and the kids. Want to big up my daughter there, Rochelle Morrishaw in the Ohio area. Also want to touch base with my brother there called Morris in St. Thomas. Shorty. How is Valencia Morris there? Sister Patricia Brown, the man Avon Brown, and Ralph and the crew there, Stinney and the crew. I want to take this time before I play Dwyer Astafan commentary to send condolences to my boy there, brother Prince Mills of the Carib Express. His mom passed away and her funeral is scheduled for tomorrow morning. Actually, her name is Eileen Eugenie Mills. That's Eileen Eugenie Mills, and her funeral service will be tomorrow morning, Thursday, 4th of May at Zion Moravian Church there. Service starts at 10 a.m. So I'm asking you folks who have a little time to swing by the Zion Moravian Church there and give Brother Prince Mills your support, your love. Condolences to him and his team there, Brother Captain Hull and the crew. And I also want to thank Brother Mills for his assistance last week in getting Brother Andrew here across to Nevis to do some journalism there, some investigative journalism. You got to support businesses that support you. Stand by for the man G.A. Dwyer Astafan. This one definitely is a good listen.
Greetings. With Labor Day just gone, I think it might be useful to have this conversation. Up to 1940, the British made it illegal to form unions and political parties here in St. Kitts and Nevis. The reason for that was obvious. The British felt that their dominance might be diluted, if not threatened, if the workers were to be organized. The British were comfortable with the cruel conditions which they had imposed upon our people. And one of the many cruelties that were inflicted on a subjugated people was having the subjugated people sing the national anthem of England, which is God Save Their King or Queen, whatever gender the holder at the time might be. God save the king of a nation which subjugates and enslaves and deprives and oppresses us. That to me was highly symbolic of the disrespect and disregard. But at the time, the land, the economy, and the power were theirs. They were making massive profits, and little else mattered to them. And of course, they wanted it to continue. With unions and political parties banned, the workers, however, found some degree of comfort and community through the benevolent associations. But more was needed. There was an uprising in St. Kitts in 1935, and that helped to trigger similar action throughout the region, to the point that the British government set up a commission which was headed by Lord Moyne, set up in 1938, to investigate economic and social conditions in the British Islands. The Moyne Commission report was completed in 1939, but only completely released at the end of World War II in 1945, because the British government thought that the contents of the report might be so damning to the British image that the Germans might use it for propaganda. In 1937, we had an election here to the Legislative Council. First one in 50 years. No political parties were allowed, but persons associated with the Workers' League, which had been formed in 1932, were candidates, and they won. In that election of 1937, there were 1,167 registered voters in St. Kitts, contesting 3 seats, 328 in Nevis, contesting 1, and I don't know how many in Anguilla, contesting the 1 seat there. The gentlemen connected with the Workers' League were successful in 3 seats in St. Kitts, in the 3 seats. And although that election was a step in the right direction, it was not mightily consequential, because the British still ruled, administrator, governor. We were just allowed to go into the legislature and, as we say, bang our mouths. There was another legislative council election in 1940, and again in 43, and in 46 again, which is when Robert Bradshaw entered elective politics. And of course, he won. And there was another election in 1952, the year for voting under adult suffrage. Everybody could vote. And in 1957, for the first time, in that election, candidates ran under the name of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party. All of these elections before 1957, as I said, were won by members of the Workers' League, running in their own names. So clearly, changes were taking place. Locals and local groups were getting into the legislative part of government. We had high-level civil servants, but not top decision makers in the executive branch. Changes in the minds of many were coming too slowly. One thing the Moyne Commission was dead against was these islands getting independence, which is exactly what the Workers' League and similar organizations in the region wanted. So all of the process had begun earlier. By 1957, the workers now had the St. Kitts Nevis Trades and Labor Union and the St. Kitts and Nevis Labour Party to protect and promote them. The union was not only a defender of workers in the workplace, it was also a focal point for personal, social, and community bonding, a learning and training institution, and a forum at which the older and younger generations could connect with each other, and at which philosophies and ideas could be shared. Marcus Garvey featured prominently in those conversations. The union, even with its imperfections, was like a very extended family, a community. And I believe that the decline of the union has had a negative impact on relationships and has contributed to distrust and divisiveness among workers, and to antisocial behaviors, and also to the deficit in social consciousness and civic mindedness, which we see in evidence in our country today. The decline of the union. I believe also that the decline has contributed to splitting us up as a community and turning us into silos, each of us scrambling, often blindly and in vain, for the success and sustainability that could so much more easily be attained by workers coming together responsibly in their own cause and in the cause of the country. I also believe that this decline and weakening of the union and trade unionism generally in our country, one, has contributed to employers taking advantage of workers and abusing their rights as workers and as human beings, as well as abusing employment laws. You may or may not be surprised to know how many workers are terrified of speaking out and standing up in defense of their rights and afraid to speak about joining a union. A co-worker might squeal and a job might be lost in the process. I believe that the weakening and decline of the union has also contributed to suppliers of goods and services taking advantage of consumers whose membership in the union would cause them to learn and act in relation to their rights and responsibilities as consumers and citizens, not just as workers. So membership in the union would have them educated about their rights, not just as workers, but as consumers and as citizens. This is what the union did, and this is what responsible unions do. I also believe that the decline has allowed successive governments to engage in slack and sometimes corrupt practices with regard to people coming into this country, getting contracts, deals, and work which our people should be getting. Successive governments have not taken the initiative to protect our workers and protect jobs for our workers. Likewise for business. And the absence of a robust union means that much needed pressure, which should and could be applied to government to do the right thing, is not applied. So bad things happen. Good unions don't only police the workplace, they police the government. Now, in a single industry economy, especially one like sugar, in the circumstances that we had, it was sometimes difficult, even impossible, to distinguish between the union and the party. And this was a big turnoff to some people who would otherwise have joined the union. Let us face it. And there is no doubt about it in my mind, the connection between the two and the way that that connection has worked. While it may have won Labour some elections and certainly did a lot of good for workers over the decades, it also hurt the cause of workers in a number of ways. Plus, there were key figures in the union who in the late 1970s had a very bad attitude towards workers and others, and that too caused people to turn away from the union. Then in 1980, PAM got into government, and for 15 years, we had really an anti-union administration in the country. They tried their best to erase the union from the face of the map. Then they were succeeded by a Labour administration in 1995, of which I was a member. And we did not do enough for the union. We did not do enough to change arrangements and to support and encourage workers and their rights. We need to put some sunshine between the party and the union. Two siblings, love each other, sister organizations, but different. I believe also that the closure of the sugar industry in 2005 did some damage to the union and to trade unionism generally. The millennials living among us know little or nothing about unions or collective bargaining or things like that. And when you are a worker and you don't know these things, and more importantly, you don't act on these things, then you're exposing yourself to getting taken advantage of. I also believe that turning the Labor Day March into a political event rather than keeping it as a celebration and honoring of workers has been a turnoff, both for unionism and for the Labour Party. And making it a political event has only deepened the divisiveness among workers, in my opinion. Again, I was part of that. I'm a culprit. I'm seeing in my older years light that I may not have seen in my younger years. But who suffer most and who have suffered most from all of these things? The workers and the country. No protection, no promotion, no institutional support, little or no respect from employers, and little or no recognition from governments. Indeed, in some instances, hostility from governments. I met a Jamaican female last Saturday. She told me that she had landed in St. Kitts about a week and a half before with $200 in her possession. I spoke to her the following day, Sunday, and she told me that she had just gotten a job. I asked her if she had a work permit, and she said that the employer would be applying for one for her. Mind you, she has the job. She says the employer is going to apply for a work permit for the job which she says she has. Government hasn't given permission. There are rules, there are laws. Totally illegal, totally slack by the government agencies which are supposed to be policing these things, and totally disrespectful to the people of this country, especially the people who cannot get work. I know a number of local people who, because they refused to take the COVID vaccination, lost their jobs. I know a number of them who still cannot get work in this land where they were born, out of work for 2 years, have children to feed, have loans to pay, have obligations all over. Well, while they're struggling and cannot get a job in St. Kitts, people are waltzing in from failed and crime-riddled states in the region. No due diligence, saint or criminal alike, coming in and doing their thing. Others from China, others from India, and other faraway countries, some with even less than $200 to their names. Getting jobs in weeks, in less than weeks. Jobs that our people should be doing. Jobs that our people cannot get, having lost jobs from the COVID vaccination thing that happened. Something has to be wrong. You go to the prison project. Tell me, who are the workers down there? We made a lot of noise about it. Who are the workers at the prison project? Go to the Ramada site where there are all sorts of problems. People getting paid late, knockbout that the locals are getting, parts of ceilings falling in. And what is happening in the midst of all of that? Another building is going up. Go and check it. Look at who are the workers on that building. Tell me how many locals you see. Is this a real place we live in? Is this our country? Are we being protected? Are we seeking protection? Are we demanding protection? Are we taking steps to ensure with whoever and with whatever we have to take those steps? Are we doing that? This administration needs to tighten up on all of these things. It needs to clean up the mess and the corruption if and where they exist. Do not invite workers to to a political march or even to a workers' march, if they can't get work, they got fired because of the COVID vaccine, they can't feed their families, why would they come to a workers' march? Why would they come to a political march? Especially when they see people traipsing in here from all over the place. Some of them can't speak a word of English. Others can speak English, but you don't know if they're criminals or not. They're working. How many Jamaicans or Dominicanos, Chinese or Indians did you see in the march on Monday? Are they going to vote in or vote out anybody in the next election? To the Labour Party leadership, I say, please let the union be the union and just be a good sibling. Prepare the way for next year's march to be a true workers' march, where workers unify in a country and act responsibly. That country progresses and people prosper. Where workers are set asunder and taken advantage of, like the way it is happening in our country, there is no chance of progress and prosperity for the majority of our people. And to all of you I say, look at us now. The struggle for workers' rights and social and economic justice started here in 1935. And here we are today, 87 years later, at the back of the line, with everybody in the region ahead of us in terms of the fight for workers and the fight by workers. That is a shame. And I'm calling on all of us. I'm calling on our leaders to put an end to this shame, to put our people first, and to pave the way, create the enabling environment to empower our workers and to build true prosperity in our country. Thank you.
Yeah, that is the sound of the Honorable J.A. Dwyer Astafan. Dwyer speaks, and the happening there in the Federation of St. Kitts Nevis. And I must say today's commentary was a nail biter with everything that is happening. If we look back in the last 7 years under the Team Unity administration, under the leadership of the former Hag, Timothy Harris, who claimed he was labor and he was a struggle and he was this and he was that, and have done so much damage to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. And we went out there in a campaign to get rid of them, get rid of all of them. It was the coalition of the People's Action Movement, PAM, led by Sean Richards. The CCM, the Concerned Citizen Movements of Nevis, led by Baby Brantley, that vagabond. And the former Hag, Timothy Harris. That coalition did so much damage to the Federation of St. Kitts Nevis. And we went out there and said, get rid of them. But we dropped short in Nevis. Because Baby Brantley is still there. Still causing havoc. Still traveling across the globe from the New York to Florida to England. And now he's going to go across to Anguilla. And guess what? The way they dress up and they speak and they put their speeches in these magazines. People will think that these are good people. But they're vagabonds, the way they treat the people back home. And for the people online who might see Baby Brantley over there in Anguilla for the ANSAR reunion, you know, I'm going to play some clips here this evening. Because I want when you all see Baby Brantley, you all ask him the question, why so much corruption in Nevis? Why the people of Nevis cannot get what is due to them? What is the lies and all of this thing? That vagabond need to answer to the people wherever he go, whichever country he go. People must ask that vagabond why he have done so much to Nevis. But somebody told me that the Honorable Dr. Denzel Douglas visited the Hack Pen last week. So let me check this clip here and see for myself, because every time I speak about the farmer Hag, some people have me to kill, you know, even Gwyneth. Gwyneth said, Lord, is your prime minister, don't call him that. But he is the former head of state. He's the former head of government. So he's the former Hag. But I like how Dougie deliver it for me. because these people have done so much damage that they should not be in parliament. They should be in the hog pen. They should, especially Baby Brantley, that vagabond should be in the hog pen along with the main hog. So take a listen to Dougie.
Vision that we have for them. My dear people, we said we will build something special for the people of Capistia. We created the Whitegate Development Area. 3 square miles of land just for development in this particular area to drive employment opportunities through investment for our people. The hog took office in 2015. He shut down the project at Kittitian Hill. 3 hotels were being built there. He stopped every single one of them. They employed over 600 people at that time. And the hog shut them down. Grudged the people of number 6. You understand? He needs to be in the pen. That is where hogs belong. And so, I said to you, my dear people, Labour is back in office. Douglas is the Minister of Economic Development. I will bring back economic investment for the people of number 6 right there in Kittitian Hill. My dear people, it looks as if I'm over time. But time is ours. This is your time. And so I say, we shall continue the investment in Kittitian Hill. Over 3 years, the Hawks spent investigating Kittitian Hill. Spent over $1.52 million US to investigate Kittitian Hill. Shut it down for 3 years. And up to now, we can't find nothing. You understand? The hog needs to be penned again. And so, my dear people, when you march on Labor Day, you are demonstrating that the hog must be penned for the atrocities that he caused. I have said to you, not only Kittitian Hill, but we will have several hotels down here. The Ramada Resort. It's there. It's open. Another hotel is presently being constructed next to the Ramada. We ain't making no joke. Labor is invigorated by the vision of empowerment of our people. You understand? It's a hell of a prison they're building, you know. A hell of a prison because the hog is big and fat.
I like that. When they act like hog, they talk like hog, they smell like hog, you call them out. All of them are hog. A hog they be. These supporters of this political party and these politicians, they don't want to be called out when they do the wrong. Those supporters of the farmer hog, when he was in parliament cussing everybody and their mother, cussing our now Governor General about she twist up teeth and she this and calling a crazy Arlene and them thing. Nobody remember them days there. Nobody remember them days there. But now you call him what he is, which is a hog. He's a former head of government and he's a hog. A big, fat, stinking, dirty hog. All of them are vagabond, baby. And I'm going to call them out. I'm going to call them out. This is my 2020 politics this evening. And I'm going to let all you know. When all you see them, ask them about the wrong they did to the people in St. Kitts and Nevis. Don't let them get away with it. As a matter of fact, the vagabond that over in England, I wish I was over there to ask him a few questions while he's there, so that those newspapers he loves to go to get interview, he could answer the questions for them. I work in a healthcare industry here in North America. We all know when you're going to use machines like mammogram machine and X-ray machine and those things, we know what they're all about. We know that those waves can cause problem for human. That is why they test them before they use them on human being. You don't want to give nobody cancer from these leaks and stuff like that when they have them there. But this ignorant piece of a leader, Baby Brantley, he's gonna come to a press conference and chatting in nonsense. He do not know what he's saying, telling people that before the people come in to test the mammogram machine, they're using it on people. How are you going to use mammogram machine on people before you test them and make sure that they're safe to use? Listen for yourself. I got my receipts. These are not just DJ Morrishaw talking. These are facts. Listen to the receipts.
I also have the pleasure to announce that the mammogram machine that we acquired at a significant cost, that mammogram machine is now in use. It has not yet been officially commissioned. We expect that will be done by the middle of May, but I am advised that it's already been put in use, and we expect that some final testing, if you will be done, and that the individuals who will be doing that will be here in the early part of May. So we expect full-fledged usage of that mammogram machine as of the middle of May to the general public.
No, the mammogram machine has not been tested as yet, but it has been put into use. What happens if there's some kind of deficiency with this machine? What happens if our people in the Federation is exposed to radiation and they find out later that this machine has a problem? How are you going to be using a machine on our citizens to test them? To test for what? Is this machine working accurate? Is it giving you accurate reading? Are the settings properly summarized to know that you're getting an accurate reading for these people? Are you going to tell them later, well, you know, the machine was not properly set up, so we did not catch the cancer cells, so we're sorry, and that kind of stuff? Baby Brantley need to cut out his nonsense. You need to cut it out. Stop misleading our people. Stop bullshitting the people, because that is all we're getting, you know. It's a bunch of bull. Hogwash. You know, hogwash. We need to start being honest with the people, stop lying to the people. The machine should have never been put into use if you have it there until it's properly, unless it's properly set up. If it's not properly set up and tested prior, do not use it on people. So we're gonna go into the hospital ring there, you know. And when you all come on this program on a Wednesday evening, you know, I am just presenting the facts as they are. I got my receipts, eh? So if I don't want to hear the facts, I'm sorry. But we got a bunch of hag down there in the Federation of St. Kitts Nevis that run for politics. And the farmer administration, all of them. The PLP concussion. And there's a lot of people who are responsible for putting them there. A lot of people. And we're glad they're gone. But some still have leftovers. And if they walk like a hag, they look like a hag, they act like a hag they be. Treat them as such. Keep them in the pig pen. And like Dougie said, we got to pen them. We got to pen them. We're going to go across to Nevis because I understand that the vagabond here for premier. Brother Elvan Ellie, good night. How are you doing? Alvan Brown, good evening. I understand he's on a trip in England. Going to look for his king. And he planned to go across to Anguilla to act like he's the perfect being. But he's a vagabond of a premier. So just listen. The lucky I can't sing Calypso. If I could have sing Calypso, I'd light them up for Culturama. I would have tell them exactly how we go. Yeah, I understand. Listen to Sister Hazel Brantley. How we go? We're giving a little report here. This is Sister Hazel Brantley Williams at the 2021 budget debate in the NIA, giving an update on a project that started in should have started in 2017, the expansion wing of the Alexandria Hospital. Estimated at a cost of 19 million to be completed in 24 months. 19 million to be completed in 24 months. And we're going to go through these clips. And we're going to give you the updates and wait at, because they still can't get the numbers them right. But this is 2023 and the hospital wing still ain't nowhere close to completion. Right? So let's start with this one.
Utilize this space, and so they have come back with a revised plan. Mr. President, my figures from the persons at finance as well as the project manager is showing us that the amount paid out to contractors and subcontractors so far amounted to $6.853 million. There is an additional amount of another $6.218 million remaining for the contractors and subcontractors. And this amount includes variation. Because remember I said earlier, I gave you what the initial plan was, and now we have come back with an almost, well, six additions to the new building. And so indeed there will be variations. What I can say to you, Mr. President, and based on the figures that I've been given, we have now used $14.218 million out of the $19 million allocated for this project. It means then, Mr. President, that we are still under budget.
Now, that is the budget presentation from the then Junior Minister of Health. And in the next clip, the next receipts, you're going to hear someone in a social media interview asking the Premier about the same situation. And I want you to hear the Premier at the time supporting that report, agreed to that report. So listen to the clip.
Like, no secret that right now there is a hospital project going on, but we've seen that it's incomplete. And not only that it's incomplete, it is, you know, I think it's behind and it's definitely over budget. So we would like to know, well, what are some of the issues?
Correct one aspect of your IRA. The hospital is not over budget.
It's not over
It
budget.
is behind, but it's not over budget. And I think our Junior Minister of Health spoke to that eloquently in the last budget debates in the House in December. She broke it down. She explained what the budget was and how much has been spent thus far.
Okay,
so at this
us.
point, it is not over budget.
Remind us at this point. Do you remember those figures?
I believe that the number that she spoke to was somewhere in the region of 15 million or thereabouts. And I think she said that some 13 million has been spent thus far. But she did speak publicly on it in the budget debate.
So technically, so
yes.
15, 13 million, do we see it completing within budget? 2 million, you think?
Well, we will have to spend some extra money. Yes. Okay. But at this point, I'm saying at this point, it is incorrect to say that the hospital is over budget because we've not yet even exhausted the initial amount.
I take that back. I take that part back. But what are some of the issues where we see why it's behind then?
Well,
if we have already budgeted for it.
First of all, it seems to me that in the ongoing discussion that people forget that we had 2 years of COVID. And I know that it is not popular for people to talk about COVID because people see it as an excuse, but
Complete.
Yes, man. Well, that was Baby Brantley supporting the then junior minister, Sister Hazel Brandy, report of the 14 million spent so far in 2021. Well, let's fast forward to January of 2023, the same project, new junior minister of health. Listen to her budget report and listen to Baby Brantley and his crew in the back, edging her on and supporting her. When she reporting, some 8 million plus is what was spent. So listen, these are the receipts, these are facts. When he come across to Anguilla, ask him these questions. Ask them these questions.
Completing the interior is of the highest priority to our administration. That is why $12 million, Madam President, would have been allocated in this budget to ensure its timely completion. And Madam President, some would have you believe that we've blown through the initial $19 million estimate with no hospital to show for it. As Minister Evelyn indicated, Madam President, we like facts on this side. As the young people say, we have our receipts. So, Madam President, to date, we have spent $8,342,443.76 out of the initial $19 million budgeted. We would have only spent $8,342,443.76 out of the initial $19 million budgeted. So when you hear talks of over budget, I want the House to have the official figures on record, not those imagined or otherwise, Madam President.
Yes, you could hear Baby Brantley and his crew, Troy and them in the background, edging on the junior minister, telling her no imaginary estimates and all of these stuff, and they have the receipts. That was in January 2023, budget presentation. But listen to the vagabond again, Baby Brantley coming back. The people that making the mistakes in his ministry that he put there to do the work, when they carry in the message, they cannot carry the message correctly because they're not doing their own investigation. They're bringing to you what Baby Brantley give them. So when they make the mistakes and sensible people like, my boy there, come and challenge them, he got to come and fix it. He can't send them to fix it themselves. These are ministers that has been paid for ministry and they cannot come and make a proper presentation. And when they come and screw up with their presentation, the vagabond, he come back and try to fix it. Let him bring them in front of the camera. That is what they've been paid for. So listen to the vagabond baby again, come back, try to fix this one again. Who don't like it tough? These are the receipts I'm presenting that they give to me. It's them give me these receipts. So I'm showing you the receipts that they give to me. I didn't went out there and create these receipts. I'm playing them for you all to hear for you all self.
Our new Minister of Health, she came and in her presentation, she would have sought to update the public on some expenditure at the hospital wing, the expansion project. And we recognize that there's been a bit of uncertainty created because she gave a number of, I think, somewhere just over $8 million. And the previous Minister of Health had come, I believe it was in 2021, and given a number which was close to $14 million. So that's a significant difference in terms of how much has been spent. I have asked that that discrepancy be resolved. The information that has come now suggests that perhaps both figures were incorrect. And I will undertake that we will have a full number available to the public as soon as we can. And the reason that I do not have it today, Madam President, is because we're being advised that we have been affected adversely by the cyber attack that we had. And so some of the numbers, I'm told, they have to retrieve manually, and which has created a bit of a difficulty in us getting it for today, because I wanted to respond and clarify the situation today. As the figures that
So the junior minister came and she presented a figure in regards to the hospital wing. That they cheer her along and tell her, yes, yes, yes. Great presentation, you got your receipts. But she wasn't given the opportunity to come back to make the correction. Here comes the vagabond baby Brantley with a twist again. Like I said, DJ Morrishaw did not go out and record nothing in a studio to spread the propaganda upon them, you know. It's their receipts that they presented. I am playing for you. So listen to baby Brantley coming back. And how you accept these things, the people of Nevis need to hit the streets. The people of Nevis must demand the removal of baby Brantley for the harm that he has done to Nevis, the corruption. With everything that's going on up there, it got to be corruption. Can't be nothing different. With all these different numbers, they're confused. They don't know which numbers to use. The calculator seems like you run out of battery. And if they're using gas, what they call it over there? That's what they're using there. Boy, all you people in Nevis. Oh, you got to get up. Wake up, Nevis people. Arise. This country is yours. Get up and tell baby Brantley he should not be so free to jump on a plane, go here, go there, and all over the place. Like everything is okay. He must be uneasy and stay in Nevis. Nevis is in a bad state. He needs to be there to correct and fix the things. Find the people money where it is, wherever it is, find it. Because this doesn't sound good, it doesn't look good. Now, listen to baby Brantley here.
the figures that have been provided. It was noted, and I think this is important, that the figures given to the Honorable Janelle Nisbet for purposes of a February 21st, 2023 presentation appeared to only represent funds paid to local contractors and did not include pre-construction expenses, consultations, etc. Efforts were made to retrieve the additional information. However, the data was deemed inaccessible due to the ransomware attack on the Nevis Island administration, which had taken place a few weeks earlier. The technical team therefore had to reconstruct the database on manual receipts dating back to 2016, when the preliminary work and the research started for this project. The task, I am advised, was extremely technical and time-consuming, and thus the process has only now been completed. I say that to explain the delay in coming back to the public, having given that assurance that we'd come back somewhere around the 22nd or 23rd of February. The full breakdown of all associated costs has now been done, and the total expenditure to date is $17,210,820.74. So the number to date is $17,210,820.74. In terms of,
And I would tell you, in nowhere, them numbers are correct. Them numbers I don't think is correct. Because if we go back to what Sister Hazel Brandy said, right, that there were so many change orders. You cannot have change orders and the money get less. To everything that is changed, there's a cost to it, so the price have to go up, not down. Ain't nowhere it's going to be that kind of money. So we're going to continue listening to the nonsense, you know. I dare I say it. We're going to repeat it for them and for the people who didn't hear them. Because the vagabonds still have people out there trying to defend them, you know, like Ashbourne. I don't know what's going on with Ashbourne. Something. Well, I know what's going on with Ashbourne. I know he might have some mental problem there. So I could understand. Mental stress really give us a lot of cloudy things there. So Ashbourne, I understand. I forgive you. I'm following you, and I'm glad that you have some activity to keep you going, because I don't want you to be locked down in your house and go mad. So keep typing your nonsense. Okay? Keep typing it. But Baby Brantley is taking you all for a ride. This vagabond is taking the people of Nevis for a ride. And the people of Nevis need to stand up. The people of Nevis need to stand up. Continue listening to the receipts.
The additional cost to the budget, I don't want to misspeak. I believe that the numbers I saw were just over $500,000 US that the cost was. So the additional work to get where we need to be at the Alexandra Hospital. The consultants, I'm aware, have been on island. I don't know if they're still here, but certainly they've been here over the past week. And we expect that the contractors are going to be back at work very shortly. Recall that we stopped the work, the shell having been completed, the building having been completed in terms of the exterior. We stopped the work so that we could know that the flow of the interior was exactly what we needed. And so we now have that. We brought the expertise to bear, and we anticipate that the work will resume very shortly. Once that work resumes, we expect to be able to inaugurate that new wing of the hospital by next year, 2022. And we know it's been a while. We know it's been a significant investment thus far, but we think that it will catapult Nevis into the next 20, 30 years in terms of healthcare and our ability to deliver healthcare to our people. So we think that it's an investment that is worthwhile, and that will pay dividends for us down the road.
Nothing goes off, Baby Brantley. No matter how you polish up things, you could polish all you want. You fool who you could fool. You try to Kool-Aid in people like Ashbourne their mouth because, I mean, they're not there experiencing the hardship on the island, right? People think that what they left in Nevis, as a matter of fact, you know, I go to England and I speak to people who say they leave Nevis when they left on a boat, never been back, and they think Nevis is the same, you know. People leave St. Kitts, think St. Kitts is the same. The reality of these people, I supported you, Baby Brantley, when I first met you. Brother Melvin Herbert brought you to Van Cortlandt Park before you got into the politics, before you even won a seat. And you know, I lost faith in you in 2020 when I approached you about what was going on, and you lied to me about what was going on with you and Timo and Sharon and them. You went even deeper when you came and tell us that the best prime minister ever, when you know you was lying. You lied to me at public meetings when I asked questions, Baby Brantley. I got the receipts to know that you cannot be trusted. And every time you open your mouth, whether at a press conference or otherwise, it's a bunch of lies. You give the impression that something happening in Nevis. Something might be happening, but it's happening for you, not for the people, and not for the island. You understand? That is what I find out. So let's continue listening to you and your receipts.
Okay, thank you very much, Monique, for your questions, as always. Update on the hospital. I confess that I didn't get an update prior to coming here, but the last update I had, which I believe was about 3 weeks ago, was that the physical construction is practically at an end. And we are now, let me go back, sorry, I don't want to be misquoted. The physical construction insofar as the exterior is concerned, the shell, the walls and roof and all of that, that is pretty much at an end. We are now moving to the more delicate stage, which is the internal configuration. And we have agreed to hire a consultant on that aspect of things. Because what we are being advised by the experts is that the hospital has to flow in a particular way. So this room has to be next door to that room and that kind of thing. So we are now engaged in that. I'm told that the project is on stream. We had some hiccups, as you know, due to COVID. The last update I had, as I said, which was about 3 weeks ago, was that we are probably going to be another 12 months before we can speak about any type of end for that project. So we're looking at.
Now, if you guys pay attention during the campaign, you know, according to Baby Brantley, he painted the outside of the hospital and gave the impression that the hospital was ready to open, that he was going to have a big grand opening. And if it wasn't for some great investigative journalism by some people on the island of Nevis there that went and took some pictures for me, we would have never known that the interior of the hospital is not even plaster or tile. And people still believe in Baby Brantley. They went out there and they put confidence in him. And he didn't win the election, you know. I am of the view. I am convinced that some hanky-panky went on because he's the one that told us there was some hiccup. He told us there was irregularities. He told us there might have even been illegalities. But there's a gentleman, and anybody know who this gentleman is? This next clip I'm going to be playing. I love this gentleman when he called in to tell me last week. This gentleman hit the nail on the head. Because I've been saying this for some time. I've been saying it for some time. That they need to break down that building and start afresh, or utilize it for what it can be used for, and build a new hospital wing. Because Baby Brantley cannot tell me that is now that they have constructed the walls of the hospital, they are deciding that the hospital have to flow a certain way, where you have to put this there in this room and that there in that room. All of that is nonsense. You're not capable. When you build your house, when one build a house, do they build the 4 wall and then decide which room going to be the kitchen, which room going to be the bathroom, which room going to be the living room, which room going to be the dining room? Or do you get a print to tell you what you're going to put where before you even start working ground? Who Baby Brantley think he fooling? Who they think they're fooling? Well, this next clip, I got to give this gentleman an A+ with his commentary. So take a listen.
This issue with the hospital, this is beyond comedy. This is beyond stupidity. I don't even know how to characterize this. First off, part of the planning process and the design process for a hospital involves or includes procurement of equipment. And of course, you're procuring your equipment based on the kind of services you will be offering or providing. Okay? And normally what happens is that you have what you call a hospital planner, which is separate to the designers, that really looks at the plan in consultation with the medical providers, the nurses, and you then contemplate the type of equipment that your facility will need. And of course, you start doing your costing for those equipment. There are so many vendors out there that sell medical equipment. And of course, you know, you can negotiate your prices with those vendors. But again, I want to say to the Nevisian public, this shows the incompetence of the CCM administration, and more specifically, Mark Brantley as the Senior Minister of Health in Nevis. I mean, when I hear the clip, I think it's better if he had said nothing as opposed to saying this nonsensical stuff about the hospital and where they are. Now, it's amazing that he's now going to go over budget when he said that they hadn't used up all the monies yet. And now I am hearing on his clip that cost of goods went up, cost of construction went up, and all of that. What he has not said is probably the most profound thing, is that the hospital is a design disaster.
Sure.
That he has not said that. And that is the reason why we're having all these problems, and we will continue to have problems. I said on a previous call that Mark continues to lie to the people of Nevis. I don't know if you all are aware of the fact that when that hospital was designed, there was no HVAC system included in the design. None. Now, in a hospital, you would hear about infection control and airflow. It's so important. Okay? You have to have an HVAC. How do you design a hospital in 2023 without an HVAC system in place? Maybe Nevisians need to ask the great designer in Nevis who designed the hospital such a question. And I think to Carlisle that it is crucial and it is important that the designer be present at these press conferences so that he can answer questions pertaining to the design, because obviously the Premier doesn't know based on his remarks and his responses. And Mark continues to fool the people, or let me say, make himself look a total fool, giving these kinds of explanations. When all of this, before you put one block in the ground, should have already been done and completed. This is what hospital planning, hospital design is all about. I was speaking, Carlisle, to some people who specialize in healthcare design and healthcare facilities. One of the companies I spoke with told me that when they're working on a hospital project, in her shop, in her studio, there are at least 25 designers working, all with different specialties, working on that particular project. 25. At least that. And here in Nevis, we have one person who doesn't know about healthcare, healthcare planning, healthcare design, designing a wing. And it's now 6 years plus. And you're getting all these ridiculous excuses when the fact of the matter is the hospital, what we have is not a hospital. What we have is some little building that was attached to the original building, calling it a hospital wing. Furthest thing from the truth. And it was never designed properly. It is not a hospital. And the recommendation was, and still is, that the entire building be broken down.
That's the idea. I've been saying this for some time. If you got a hospital wing that was estimated to build in 24 months, and you are now into 6 years of that building, change after change, it got to be that that thing was designed wrong or something went wrong. it's cheaper to start from scratch than to continue investing money into that thing. But you know something? The farmer had said something during the campaign, you know, and we overlook what the farmer had said. But if he wasn't right about nothing else, I'm going to give the farmer her credit for this. Take a listen.
None of the contenders are fit. Mark who outsmart Sean, but Mark can't outsmart me.
When I see my friends become my enemy.
Lord, he can outsmart Sean, but he can't outsmart Timothy. And that is where the problem lies. And so, his problem, apart from the hunger for power, power for its own sake, is that Mark can manage. Since we came in office, we have given Mark more monies than any other premier of Nevis has had. Before our time, no money for Nevis. We started with 30 million. We increased it when Mark come to 45. You understand? 50%. He came, he voted for the budget in 2021, and he said the 45 was good. Then he come in January to harass me. He wants $66 million. I said, Lord, this gonna look good. I said, this is 47% increase. Where in the world those kind of increase happen? And so I said to Mark, Mark, you are spend bad. He said, I have an election coming. I said, you still are spend bad. What I want you to do for me, Mark, is to begin to take some of these additional millions I am spending here for you on your payroll. I didn't tell him he had to do it all at once, but I wanted him to accept the principle that what he was doing was not fair. Not fair to St. Kitts, not fair for you, because every $1 million I gave him that was unbudgeted means $1 million less for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis and for the federal entity. He not telling you it's over $400 million we sent up there. Douglas gave him none. Douglas bounced their check. And we change up all of that. And you know, Mark ain't no good, Mark ain't no good. And you know, every year, the more money given to Mark, the more in the red they gone. He's a bad manager, a failed manager, and that is why he hasn't been able to show the people of Nevis what he has done with the money. So Mark, where the millions of dollars gone? I saw the other day, I still can't believe, Mark had a meeting in Cherry Garden. Lord, they need another word in the dictionary. But that wasn't a proper meeting. That wasn't a proper meeting. But somebody told me that the people were going around Nevis attempting to find where the missing millions had gone. The truth is, the country at this time only have one choice.
And is to get rid of baby Brantley, just like they got rid of you. It's only one choice left. get rid of Baby Brantley. Otherwise, Nevis going to be in for some shit over the next years. So the people of Nevis better wake up. But while you're talking about Baby Brantley, you know, Timo, you're telling the truth about Baby Brantley. I don't know if you're telling the truth about Dougie bounce the check. But if Dougie bounced the check, you was a part of that Labour administration for 18 years, you know. So if Dougie bounced the check, and you at some point was senior minister, minister of finance, you bounce the check to, you know, Timo. You bounce the check as well. But listen to what your boy, Baby Brantley, say about you when he was trying to prove me wrong.
People come and they whisper foolishness in your ear, telling that's foolishness because St. Kitts and Nevis is enjoying an unprecedented time of prosperity. Unprecedented time of prosperity. The relationship, let me just take 2 minutes, Brother Lindsay, just to say that the relationship between St. Kitts and Nevis has never been better. It is the best. It is the best that we have seen. The best that we have seen. It is because of the closeness of that relationship that I could stand here tonight in Molyneux and speak to you. Speak to you as a national of this country, as part of the Team Unity administration. And if Vance Amory was here, he would have done similarly, because we are now bound together in a very tangible and important way as we advance the interests of the country. Now in Nevis, for the first time, people are not seeing those age-old distinctions that we used to have. If you want a job and a job is at Park Hyatt, people go on Park Hyatt to work. Wherever work is in the country, people are saying, I am a national of this country and I'm taking advantage of that. People of St. Kitts are taking advantage of opportunities in Nevis and vice versa. You know why? Ultimately, we are 2 islands, 1 paradise. 2 islands, but 1 country. And we need to continue to ensure that all of our people benefit from all that we have to offer as a country. I thank the Honorable Prime Minister. I thank Team Unity and the vision that went into this. I have said so many times, right in St. Kitts, that we come from disparate places and disparate backgrounds. When I was in opposition, another man used to talk as hard to me as Timothy Harris when he talking from over there. Talk hard, I used to afraid him because you know he's big. So to come from there to where we are now says to you that we were able to put away those things and come together. Put away those things and come together for the benefit of the people of Nevis. Thank you.
Well, you know something, I got to ask Latko to change this song for me, you know, because I don't understand how everybody could be listening to the same clip. Everybody could be reading the same chapter and come out with a different opinion. Timo said Mark is just bad. He's just bad for Nevis. He's a bad manager. Only in Nevis you could have this kind of thing. This could happen in St. Kitts. As a matter of fact, I'm going to teach you people of Nevis something, right? There was a young lady that called into the Patch Up Fella show last week. And I give that lady a thumbs up. Whether the minister did something or not, she feel like something was done wrong to her. And she called in and spoke about it. But just before I get to that clip, I got to drop this track for me Nevis people. And it's only in Nevis politicians will get away with this bullshit that they're doing to Nevis. That couldn't happen in St. Kitts. So let's go, come through.
Of Mackie, he was sitting down on the Tabernacle, a bad man hold up the police station. Oi, holy Saint Christopher. The sergeant and all jump the window and run. Holy Saint Christopher. The man out and bail, walking round with a gun. And all the people in Tabernacle dare not speak. So a situation like this is unique. Forward. I wanna feel him. He say, Lord God, you should be a king. You teach monarch and starting how to sing. You have such an excellent memory and a mind like a dictionary. Your little explanation is so clear. Once again, my brain is now in gear. So one more time, give me a beat of the proper meaning of the word unique. And here I tell him, only Saint Christopher. I just say how we disappointed with our age. Only Saint Christopher. Our next judge views a jury finding a killer guilty. Only Saint Christopher. If you spam, you dump the case, or you could leave the country. You will never get the justice that you seek. So a legal system like this is unique. Bye-bye. Mackie say, me boy, what you say is true. Every sensible man must agree with you. The word unique in every case means something you find only in this place. So tell me now and proceed with care. Come close to me and whisper in the ear. If think it is so unique for you, do we have a prime minister that is unique too? And here I tell him, only Saint Christopher. Prime minister reaching late and he works with those who come early. Only Saint Christopher. He gets up on all Fool's Day and he suddenly fire my king. Only Saint Christopher. He ain't got no explanation to give to nobody. But if he doing all this to prove that he is not weak, then a prime minister like ours is unique. Bye-bye. Ooh. I want to feel you. You feel me? He say I should be in politics. That plenty things around here would get fixed. I say I think I am doing much more good to sell poor people reasonable food. But he come by me shop and we had a beer to celebrate Christmas and New Year. But he start up again about this world how I tell him. Only St. Christopher, quarter pound of onion, campaigning day. Only St. Christopher, the other fella definitely tipsy. Only St. Christopher, plenty waiting for them anytime they're ready. And all the time this country sailing up the creek. That tourist fella was right. We unique. Bye-bye.
Yes, Nevis is definitely a unique place there because in no way what Baby Brantley is doing to Nevis, he could have get away with that in St. Kitts. In no way, because we would have taken care of that problem easily. He would not even last. Election finish in December, we would have an election in February, maybe for Valentine's or something. In no way, with all these corrupting financial disclaimers that they're coming with there. From the time they start presenting budget and all these numbers wasn't adding up, Baby Brantley would have gone if this was in St. Kitts. But the Nevis people, they're playing footsie. Or you continue to play footsie. Nobody coming to save her, you know. I am here supporting you all, but I got to help out yourself. We got to do it together. Nobody coming to save all you people. Step it up. Demand that Baby Brantley step down. If his cabinet ministers see what's going on and they are afraid to ask him to step down because he's making the party look bad. You all see what happened in England, you know. Prime Minister over there, I think last, what, 2 months, 2 weeks? Once you're making the party look bad, you got to go, you know. Because I'm not going to be a part of this. Remember what General Powell said, you know. Me not in that with you no more, you know. No more thief in the election. Me done with that. So, me give General some credit for that, you know. Because at one point in time, General was right in there with them, accepting everything. But General said he done with the thief in the election. That is how Marshall get in there. You understand? If General had stayed there, we might get another thief again. This next clip I'm going to play right now, I do not know whether what the lady is saying is factual or not. But when it comes to the current state of affairs, I'm going to give the lady comment some legs, because I am of the view that when we was having the get rid of them campaign, the get rid of them from the farmer administration, I realized that many people on my team, many of my colleagues, many of the Labour supporters were singing the same song, that the patch-up fella as an ambassador should not of being on social media and radio station, bad-mouthing people and cussing people. And when I brought it to the attention of those other two parties in the concussion, you know, when I brought it to Sean Richards and to Mark Brantley, then I had nothing to say, you know. They was quiet as a lamb. But you see, when they had their falling out, and the patch-up fella start on the boy Nevis, the vagabond, Baby Brantley, all of a sudden, they want meeting with the farmer hog. The patch-up fella have to come off the radio. The patch-up fella this, the patch-up fella that. But I'm glad that things happened that way, you know, because that's where the breakup came. You hear Dwyer call me troublemaker. I wasn't the troublemaker, you know. Dwyer was the troublemaker. I was just hosting the program. Dwyer and Sam and Larry Vaughan and Douglas Watley and Big Lice and Ivor McMahon and the Talk Puppy and these guys. We was talking truth to power then. the General Tracy Mason and all of them was talking truth to power. What was happening in the country was wrong. What Mark Brantley, the baby Brantley Nevis were doing week after week and Van Radio, cussing off his citizens, was wrong. Right? So if it was wrong under the makeup administration, the patch-up administration, why is it happening today under a Labour administration and everybody seems to think it's okay? So I am appealing to all sides, you know. Whether you're NRP supporter, you're PLP, you're CCM, you're Labour, you're PAM, give it a break. Stop the attack on social media. You ambassadors for Labour, you board members for Labour, ease up, cut it out. Done away with the attack. You ministers of government of Labour, do not join the markup fella in Nevis cussing out or challenging your citizens in public. If your citizens come on social media or come on radio and voice their opinion or say something, I could understand why they come on social media. I could understand why they call in on radio. Because some of you is not reachable anymore. Some of you, since you've been elected on August 5th, you don't answer your phone call anymore. You don't return WhatsApps anymore. You don't speak to your people anymore. So if you don't reach out to the people and talk to the people, guess what? The alternative is social media and radio station. And when people speak on social media, calling the radio station them, oh, you don't have no way to go cuss them back. Them is the same people are you going to want to vote for you all in the next election. Do not be like the farmer administration. Speak to your people. Respect the citizens. You work for them. They don't work for you and they elect you. And they elect you. I'm speaking to you all, Labour supporters, especially Labour administrators in government. Return people WhatsApp messages. Return phone call. Don't wait to hear from them. Pick up the phone, call and see how they're doing. So this clip I'm going to play right now. I'm sorry I have to play it, but I have to play it. I have to give it legs. I have to give it legs because I have had this experience with some other people. You call them. They have a very nice voice when you call the phone. Hi, good day. How are you doing? Can I help you? Yes, I need such and such a meeting set up. They ask, who is this? From the time you say, JefroyMorrishaw, DJ Morrishaw, Ashbourne Libod. Yet the voice change. They're too busy for you. The people, we didn't vote for that, you know. So I'm gonna play this clip. When I finish play this clip, you know, Big Lies have a song there. When I drop that song there, you know, remember Big Lies say, red letter there was coming, you know. And he said he never got no apology, you know, but he come back and apologize, eh? Me never got nobody to apologize to, you know. Whatever I say here on a Wednesday night, it is fitting at the moment. Don't call me Thursday to discuss it. When I leave here, this program done, I am speaking truth to power now. You want to talk to me about going forward? We could talk about going forward. So don't call me tomorrow. Come tell me, boy, Morrishaw, you're hitting the government hard. Or you're hitting this. I do not want to hear it. I am speaking it like it should. I am going to hold everybody's foot to the fire. So here we go.
Good night, sir. And how are you?
I am peaceful. Yourself?
I'm very peaceful. Well, I have something to say tonight. I'm the young lady that called in a couple of weeks ago. I think it's last 2 weeks or a week ago. Yes, I did call in.
I thought I recognized you. Yes, okay.
Yes, this is the young lady that called in, yes, basically. Anyway, I want to say this tonight about a minister that have a lot to say about his own citizen in our small federation. You know, I want to know if nobody could actually call in and view their point and talk about what they have to talk. and say. It seems like only Labour people can do that, but I don't think so. I think everybody have the right to call in and say what they want to say about our small nation. As a minister, how can you actually go into a meeting and raise your voice and say something and say all kind of things about a citizen of this country? What happened? The citizen of this country ain't have no right to say what she wants to say. Well, who tell them damn so? I am going to say whatever I had to say. I call in and everything that man say on that radio is a lie. They give me a work, and how come I did not want to do the work and this and that? That's a lie. Every day I go to work, so I don't know where he get his status them from. His status them are wrong. And come say I get my time sheet them going in weeks after weeks. He need to get his facts straight when he talking. He needs to get his facts straight, because his facts ain't straight. His facts wrong. Only Labour people weren't supposed to call in and talk. Well, I'm nothing. I'm a citizen of this country, and I want him to know. I want the minister to know. And you know, I want the minister to know, if he ain't ashamed to go on the platform and actually say what he had to say. He ain't ashamed. He should be ashamed of himself, sir. To say he actually went and talk about that in a meeting. He should be ashamed of himself. So I want the nation to hear me, and let them hear me, and let them know that everything that minister said was a lie. But he give me work and I turn it down. That man never give me the work. What they do? They take me off the $500 and they take me off me work. And if I never call them, they would have never called me and say, well, I'm back on the $500. So what are we really talking about? He ain't saying nothing, you know? He need to stop knock people door and open his one and look at his background before he search anybody else one. Because trust me, he just make himself look smart as a minister. Nobody gonna have no respect for him. For me, for sure, won't ever have no respect for him, because he's not a minister. How a minister going to do that? What he be? He ain't nothing. What he be? He need to stop and look into himself before he look into other people.
So can I?
Dung Pep office. They're doing a lot of nonsense when they come, because people call in and talk, they're vexed about it. Well, I'm going to continue talking to call and talk, because I am a citizen of this country, and nobody going to stop me from talking. Whatever that minister said that on that platform that night when he last night, everything he said is a lie. He trying to make himself look good, but he can't make himself look good. It's a lie. I already went on the radio and said what I have to say, and he come like he burning them, and he going to continue to burn them, because when I continue to talk, I'm going to continue to talk, and he should be ashamed of himself as a minister. Tell him I said, step down. He ain't a minister. Nobody gonna respect him. He's out of order. A bright and thing.
But can I?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm really sorry to interrupt you. And as I said, I feel your pain, because the most important one. But are you being paid on the PAP? That's what you said. Are you now being paid?
Hello.
Are you now?
Oh yes, I did. Yes. From the time when I was on that radio station and I met my view, it come like I had to make my view to go on the air to talk and say what they're doing to our small people here in our beautiful island of St. Kitts and Nevis. Because I met me better start paying me now, me $500. I mean, come on. They should be ashamed of themselves. I have to go on the radio to make a point, and this is not about Congress. This is about Miss Evelyn and all of them down there at the PEP office and the PAP, wherever they think. This is about all of them. All of them is wicked set of people. And back talking people and trying to chop people off the PEP one day by day. And come and tell people, but if they don't think on the PEP long enough, come on, this country is not theirs. This country is everybody's country. We as a citizen here, we have the right to open our mouth and talk and say what we have to say. The damn forwardness, the out of order. So they need to stop.
The minister said, gave me a commitment that he will speak with you. Has he called you?
After I hung up that night, they called me and they tell.
Sorry, I meant today. Sorry to interrupt you. I meant Jeffrey Hanley, Minister Hanley. Did he call you today?
Oh no, he did not call me. No, he did not call me. Okay. Before he did call, before he make as a minister, before he tried to reach out to his citizen, he went on the radio, let me and he go wow. But since me he go wow, let me call him. Let me get it going on, because me not afraid Jeffrey. Okay. Me not afraid him. And he have a thing I want to say about this person. They're talking about, oh, this is a big man and who is a big man. Oh, how come he ain't a big man? So when people on the roof, when they got the back door open and they think the back door could shut up properly because it will want fix, they got to thank God for people to put on the roof. So they should give God thanks for that. And not in nobody's story, because the story is so dirty. you know, and the backing people want, let them look into themselves before they look into anybody else's story. Tell them I say, thank God for PLP, because they were fan and they're not going to wet like no duck anymore. So let us stop the and mind everybody else's business and get rid of them. Good night, sir.
Okay, good night.
Now that is a caller into the Patch Up Fella show some night ago. And when I listened to that lady speak, I could bear with her because I have got the complaint from several other people. I received the calls. And some of these calls I receive, I forward them to our ambassador. I forward them to Dwyer Astafan to try and get some answers. And I'm talking plain now, you know, because people got to understand. Some ministers of government, including the Prime Minister, out there trying to do right by the people. But the people that you have below you, representing you, are by the secretaries in office or PSs. If they're not going to show respect to the citizens, when you go back to people for voting, they're not going to be there for you, you know, Mr. Prime Minister. It's okay to jump on a plane and it's okay to go and radio and platforms and say the correct thing and press conferences. But if the people not feeling the love and not feeling the support, you're going to have a problem come next election. You got some people out there say they're your ambassadors, but don't they have guidelines for these ambassadors? Should these ambassadors out there on social media cussing citizens, fighting with citizens, are trying to quiet the waters? Me boy Big Lies, I got a clip here, I'm gonna play for me boy Big Lies. Me boy Big Lies, him and I was in the fight, they get rid of them fight. But he announced that he's now a paid advisor. So if Big Lies, my brother Duncan Watley, is a paid advisor, should not he be advising you in private, in your office and his phone? Why is Big Lies advising you via his social media platform? And I'm going to play it for people to hear for themselves, you know. Because these are things that is not good for the government. It is not good for the party. These ambassadors and these advisors need to be reeled in. They need to be roped in. Because the more they hit social media and the more they do the nonsense, you're going to hear from people like DJ Morrishaw. Whether I'm paid advisor or not, you're going to hear from me. Because I believe in speaking truth to power. I believe in good governance. The Labour Party campaign and a good governance agenda. And I will hold the foot to the fire. I am quite satisfied with where we are at the moment, the things that the party has done, the things that are in place, the plans. I know, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. AG, Mr. Maynard, and the majority of you ministers, you're accessible to me. So I don't have a problem with you all. But I'm speaking what I'm hearing on the street, what I'm hearing from the people. You all have to do better than this. Your people that you have sending your messages for you, you got to reel them in and tell them this is not the way you treat people. Elections will come again. You're only about 9 months into government. But as you look around, 5 years will be right here in us. You know? We cannot continue like this. So listen to my boy Big Lies. Maybe he might think he's okay, but I have a problem with it.
I am hearing the birdie come and pick me. This is hearing, this come and tell me that all is not well in the Labour camp. That's what me hear. Me no know. Me I hear that there is division in the Labour camp. That there's division in cabinet. Me only say what me hear. Me no know. If that is so, that is sad. Very sad indeed. But let us not forget, and that is going to be a big part of my, what time it is? 9:28. We're going good. Remember, you see, and people got to understand, you know, see, that's a lie. If that's a lie, I love that. I hope it's a lie. I could tell you, if that's a lie, I hope it's a lie. But let me go back and show you how politics work. When leading up to the election, Dr. Drew decided to run for leadership of Labour. That was not taken well by a lot of the Labour supporters. We're talking about human beings, you know, people. That was not taken well by a lot of Labour supporters. And so it brought about some friction and some division within the party. But Dr. Drew stood firm, and he went and he won the leadership of the party. Now, Dr. Drew did not win the leadership of the party against Congress Maynard. Dr. Drew did not win the leadership of the party against Jeffrey Hanley based on the election that we saw. Dr. Drew contended and won the leadership of the party against Dr. Denzel Douglas, a man who was in power for 20 years. How dare you come and want to overthrow me? You understand?
Now, as I listen to that clip coming from my partner, Big Lights, I mean, as a paid advisor, don't the Labour Party, and by extension the government, has some kind of code of ethics in place to govern these loose cannons that think that they have a right to go on social media and discuss as they please? You know, I am of the view that this thing that people believe, well, they could say as they please and do as they please, those things are really not so, you know. Those things are really not right. You have to think about what you're doing, what effect it will have on the party in which put you in office there. You represent people. You speak for people. There's another clip you got to play before you go, you know, because at the end of the day, a lot of these politicians, when they was in office, they had a lot to say and do. They didn't want to hear nothing. And they wake up, and all of a sudden, they have a lot to say. And I am one that has a problem with the smoking situation, the ganja smoking situation there. Public in our beloved federation. And I know the AG have came out in Parliament. He have came out on this program and spoke about it. And it becoming a political football about the smoking issue. And when I listen to people like Jonel Powell, when they speak, it kind of irks me. I got to use a nice word because they say I must use my words nicely. I must not talk the things I'm like in St. Paul's. All of a sudden, I'm going to hear Jonel Powell speaking about what beneficial to government and what government doing while penalizing people. I wonder if Jonel forgot not too long ago the situation up at the last lap or last stop club in Bird Rock by he partnered Lindsey Grant and family business, where it was said that his partner, Honorable Lindsey Grant, assaulted a police officer, and that matter ended up in court. When I first heard the clip, the voice on the clip sounds clear to me like it was Janelle, you know. And I came on this program and I spoke about it. And then I saw this article from the rag paper they who always spreading propaganda, St. Kitts Nevis Times, put out a statement that it was not Janelle, it was someone else. And I pick up the phone and call Janelle to do a little investigation. I apologize to him for running the article on this program. And I give him the option to come on the program and clear his name. And the funny thing was, I didn't ask Janelle to say anything further other than to apologize to him. And he took the opportunity to say to me, boy, Morrishaw, you know, the funny thing is, I was not even at the venue, so I do not know how my name get involved. This is what Janelle told me. He was not even at the venue. But it wasn't too long after that, his leader of his party, the Honorable Sean Richards, came out and said at a public meeting that he did not know what his name doing inside of a police report, because when he got there, it was Janelle and Lindsey Grant was there. So their name should be in the report and not his. Since then, I haven't heard from Janelle. You know. The last time I saw him is at an election day on the 5th of August over at the polling station. Have not had the opportunity to talk with him. These lies and these constant fake information they put out there, and I fall for it. That Team Unity Administration, they started, as Sam said, Sam Conde say, it was not an agreement. What they did, they just come together for the benefit of each other. They didn't care about the people. They didn't care about the people. But again, when I hear stuff like this, I have to play it for the people, for you folks in the diaspora to hear. When these people chatting their nonsense, listen, do not ignore. Some of it makes sense, but ask them, what did you do when you were there? They're trying to get back there, you know, and I guarantee you all, if you let them get back there, you're going to have a problem. They're going to do worse. As a matter of fact, I'm running overtime with this program, and I'm going to try cut it. But there's a song there I got to play tonight. I got to play the song about the old hag. I got to drop that track there. But listen to Brother Janelle talking about the ganja.
My name is Jonel Powell. I am the chairman of PAM and its candidate for constituency number 2, Central Bastia. I'm also the proud former representative for that constituency. Now, my topic this evening is to smoke or not to smoke. This comes from the recent controversies surrounding our tourism minister's proposal to make our upcoming St. Kitts Music Festival a 420 friendly event. PAM has a proud record when it comes to marijuana rights here in St. Kitts and Nevis. It was PAM under the former administration in 2019 that passed the legislation that we now know as the Cannabis Act, which allowed for the decriminalization of marijuana here in St. Kitts and Nevis. Under that legislation, persons are allowed to have as many as 5 trees on their premises, to have as much as 15 grams on your person in a public space. It also allows for the use of medicinal marijuana and research, and allows the free use of marijuana by Rastafarians in their religious ceremonies. What is the controversy that we now face? The smoking of cannabis in public places has created a contradiction between the statements made by the Attorney General and by the Tourism Minister here in St. Kitts. While the Attorney General has been very clear,
you are not allowed to smoke in public. If you are caught smoking marijuana in public, you will get a ticket of $1,000 and the marijuana, ganja, cannabis will be confiscated by the police. The smoke is injuring people. There are many asthmatic people in our federation.
Well, the Attorney General has been very clear that smoking marijuana in public is illegal and punishable by law. The Tourism Minister has now announced that the proposal to make the upcoming music festival a 420 or marijuana smoking friendly event.
This year, we are proposing that the festival be 420 friendly. For those of you who may not understand, there is a international celebration on the 20th of the 4th month, that's this month, the 20th of April, where we celebrate cannabis internationally, not just locally. And this year we're proposing that the festival be 420 friendly.
This confusion over the perceived legality of public cannabis smoking raises questions about the government's own position on the recreational use of cannabis and the need for clear guidelines and laws. Now, preparing for this presentation, I engaged my constituents, and I share with you now what some of their responses were. One said, "But boss, I thought it was illegal to smoke weed in public, but then now saying we could smoke it in the music fest? Well, what really going on?" Another one said, "What kind of message does this send to our youth, that it is okay to break the law as long as it's for a big government event?" And another, "I don't understand why the government is allowing this. I have asthma and I can't take on the smoke. This shows that the government cares more about tourist dollars than about the health and well-being of its own people." And a fourth constituent said, "But boss, one joint can't hold me for a whole music fest. Suppose the police hold me on my way there. They could really charge me $1,000? These contradictions show a clear need for clarity from the government. The conflicting statements made by the AG and the Tourism Minister have caused confusion and a lack of clarity for the public, leading to potential legal consequences and harm to public health. The AG has clearly stated that smoking cannabis in public is illegal and will be enforced. Well, the Tourism Minister has announced that the music festival will be a 420 friendly event, allowing for public smoking of marijuana. This contradiction is unacceptable and shows a lack of unity and a clear inconsistency within the government, which negatively impacts public trust and confidence in the administration. The government needs to at least appear to hold one head and be clear on what the law is and be consistent with what persons can and can't do until such time as the law changes. This has created a double standard between the government and private promoters. Is it fair that the government is allowing the music festival to have a smoking-friendly policy while private promoters can't do the same at their events? The perception that state-funded events targeting tourists are allowed to have exceptions to the law, while events held by local promoters targeting local audiences are not, it is unacceptable and breeds inequality. It is unjustifiable that the government is willing to make exceptions for state-funded events while disregarding the health and legal implications of public smoking of cannabis for local events. What private promoters and event goers need is clarity from the government on what the rules are regarding smoking at these events. It is not fair to them that there is now this confusion and inconsistency. So what happens if the Inception group decides they want to make Breaking Dawn 420 friendly? Or suppose Cane Juice decides they want to make Cooler Fete 420 friendly? What Pam is proposing, rather, is that instead of shooting a random idea into the air, that the conversation should start now with our entertainment industry and other stakeholders on how we can proceed with 420 events in a responsible and controlled manner.
Vision.
You know something, listening to Brother Jonel, I do not know if those guys have a problem with their memory. But under the previous administration not too long ago, there was a young lady who I understand passed away during music festival in St. Kitts because of the same marijuana they had smoking down there. I have not heard the end result of that case, but I know there was a young lady that passed away, and they said it was as a result of the marijuana smoking at the event that messed her up. But I can speak from my own experience. Last Juve morning, Juve in the day, I must say, I always hang out in the region there of 4th Street and Spot Street. And them guys normally have their little booth set up there, the domino table and stuff, and I happen to be there playing some domino table. And between Central Street back towards the clock in that area there by the banks, the amount of smoke was in that area. You would think it was the factory chimney putting off smoke while grinding cane. My partner, the dancing commissioner, had his usual event that night at his house that he have annually. I could not even attend it. When I got home, I ran a temperature over 100 and plus. I had to be rubbed down with all kind of alcohol and the rum and white rum and all kind of stuff. It took me days to catch myself, from that ganja smoke. And I am speaking to the people who is in the sound of my voice. Unless there's going to be a negative pressure room in that facility where people can go and smoke, that it only affects the people inside of that room. No VIP tent, no VIP section, no 420 section can be staged in that vicinity, and it does not affect everybody in that stadium. Whether it's at King Collins, whether it's at Warner Park, whether it's at the football stadium, smoke is something you cannot stop when you hit the air. It's airborne. As a matter of fact, even people that smoke privately and come stand next to you, they can affect you with the scent from their clothes and stuff like that, right? So this idea of this 420 and encouraging people to come to music festival to smoke ganja, spliff, campy, marijuana, whatever else they're gonna smoke, I am not in favor of it. Alcohol is something you can drink. It only affects other people. If you get into a fight, you vomit on them, you spit on them, you try to wear on them in the room, whatever. You dirty their clothes. Marijuana smoke, no matter what section you put it in, you cannot control it. Unless it's done in a controlled area, which is called a negative pressure room. You have to be enclosed. Anything that is open, you cannot control it. So I am saying to Sister Honorable Marsha Henderson and whoever else ideas this, somebody out there trying to benefit from the ganja for music festival, they want to get their platform, maybe artists coming in want to smoke the ganja. This thing is against the law and it should not be used in public. That's what the law says. You smoke in your private space at home, not in public. Once you come into the music festival, it's a public space. I plan to go to the music festival. I don't want to be smelling the marijuana, inhaling the marijuana. I have folks coming to St. Kitts with me who wants to go to music festival. They don't want to deal with it. People has been doing it illegally. They hide and do it. Once you make it legal for that event, people are going to go overboard. You give them an inch, they're going to take a foot. You give them a foot, they're going to take a yard. You understand? The thing about it is, rum consumption affects you, the person. Whether you fall along, whatever happened to you, unless you spit on somebody, vomit on somebody, cuss somebody, beat up on somebody, that's what rum does. From the time you puff out a smoke, you can't take it back. I am not in favor of this marijuana business in whether music festival, carnival village, or any public space. If I wanted to be a smoker, I'd have been, as a matter of fact, I tried smoking back in the 80s, you know, in the 70s, 80s, forcing my grandfather smoke a pipe. And I tried to see how it tastes. And I love the tobacco flavor. And if I used to smoke the pipe while it's lit, I pull on it when it's out because I love the flavor. He used to chew tobacco. I used to chew on the tobacco as well. I love the flavor. But I never get involved in the smoking, and I thank God for that. So I don't want nobody to have me smoking without me choosing to do so, right? I got a clip here that Dwyer sent to me sometime last week, and I have to play it because it's a clip that is fitting for all the politicians in the world, but more so right now in Nevis. It's very fitting for the politicians in Nevis. Because people go into office can't afford a bike, but they come out with a Mercedes Benz, and their salary cannot afford to pay for a moped. So I am happy for me good up Prime Minister and his cabinet and Brother God Wilkin AG Wilkin for the Good Governance Agenda and the Freedom of Information Act. So take a listen to this one. And again, I am not here for likes or love, you know. I am here to present the facts as I see them, and I am willing to learn. I'm willing to hear your opinion and your experience. This is how we move forward. So I am not attacking nobody personally on these clips. When I speak about Nevis and the hospital wing, you all know where that's done. But in general, you know, I encourage the conversation, but I still ask that people stop having the personal attacks. We could have a conversation without fighting and being upset with each other and stuff like that. So take a quick listen.
Now, another suggestion which is topical and has caused some controversy is I actually think we need lifestyle audits. I was Solicitor General. I worked as Attorney General. Why should I be afraid of being checked if I didn't steal? I should be asked what I have, how I got it, and when I tell you that it's from allowances, I should prove that. If I tell you I have businesses, let me show the businesses, but I should also show what tax I paid. We must all account for the wealth we have. Otherwise, don't go into public service. I have heard some rebuttals about this lifestyle audit issue and saying everyone should then do it. We can't target people. Does everyone handle public money? Those of us who choose to enter these public offices should be open to accountability. When you are in public office, you are not a private person. There's no privacy. If you drive a Range Rover, we want to know where you got the money. Because you are in public office. If you wear a Rolex, we want to know where you got the money. Otherwise, you don't qualify to serve, and you shouldn't serve in those offices. And that would be true no matter which party came into power. Progressive organizations do lifestyle audits. I don't know. You can't become a millionaire out of serving in government. How have you done it? How have you done it without abusing your position? If people want to be business people, go and do business.
If you want to save the people, save the people.
It's funny because just a week ago I had a minister responsible for Lusaka, Honorable Bowman Nsambo. I asked him a very good question. I asked him where he's gotten all his monies from. I asked him if he's involved in some form of baiting. He said no, I do work, and the money that government gives me is enough for me to spend.
Ask him for his payslip. That payslip is public. You are a journalist. Go on Bowman Nsambo and ask him for his payslip. You are entitled. He's saving you, the people. Seek for that information and check. Go and get my payslip. I can give you the payslip I was getting. I don't think I ever got anything more than 30,000 kwacha as a net salary in that office.
Probably maybe ministers get something way beyond that.
Where?
You can tell
as Attorney General, I was serving in cabinet. Ask the ministers who are telling you they are being paid enough to give you their payslips. You cannot become a millionaire from working in government. Let's be serious. We are serving people who are exchanging. Some are eating today at lunchtime, others are eating tomorrow. People are dying in this country. You cannot start pillaging national resources and then you even fool the people in the manner that you are being told. There is no government salary that can make you a millionaire. There is no, you will live, yes. Okay, you can get a loan here and there. But certainly you can't become a super millionaire. That is for business people. That is why the normal government service, when I was in government, I didn't buy a brand new car. I didn't even buy a brand new car for my wife. The records are there, they can come and check. I didn't. I drove my GRZ car all 3 years. But I had been buying brand new cars before. From where I came from, out of my private business, before I ever served in government, I was buying brand new cars from the showroom. The 3 years I worked in government, I never bought a brand new car.
So as the gentleman said here, these folks in government who know that their salary cannot pay for what they're getting. If you know you want to get into business to get rich quick, go into private practice, do your own business. But don't come in here and try to take public funds to build up yourself and build up your business and forget about the people who elect you there to do a job. You understand? I look at folks always trying to justify a wrong. When the opposition is in power, they have common sense, they could tell you everything that is wrong. But once the party they support or the person that they support is there, they try to find all kind of justification to justify what they're doing. And I would say, without any water in my mouth, Brother Ivor, there's no justification for encouraging any kind of marijuana smoking in the music festival. I support Morrishaw 110%, 50%, wholeheartedly. I think everybody knows that. But on this topic of marijuana, I'm not into that. Right? I'm going to drop another clip here, but this one is more so for the youths of St. Kitts Nevis that is out there taking their lives. I think they need to understand that there's a better way to handle their business. So I want to thank my boy, Brother Eustace Hendrickson, for this clip.
Good afternoon, everyone. Walking through in this walk, Pastor, I see so many young boys, and it breaks my heart. And you want to know why it breaks my heart? I'm looking at the statistic of men. The whole country know I just stand up for man, even when people want to blast me all over the place. But I remember the statistic last year. 605 people died. 550, which is 90.7%, is men. Out of that 90.7%, 65.5% is African men. And we may think it's 550 men. But to me, that is 550 generations by soldiers here, men. I ain't come to tell you nothing about no war. I come to talk with love, brother. Because I understand that you're going to have circumstance. I understand you're going to feel people against you. Big man with big gun soldiers come and cry in front of me because they believe nobody don't care about them. Bandit, gunman, police, army man, everybody. Man come before me already and cry with the hurt and the pains that they have within their heart. I want you to understand to value your life, boy. A life is not something you just walk and pick up and just get it back. Men killing everything. You're killing your brothers. You're killing your wives. You're killing yourself and all too, my brothers, boy. In the space of 3 years, 320 men commit suicide. What's going on? What is the love, brothers? I understand all they're going through circumstance. But we have to understand the purpose and value of being a man, being an exemplar. The little youth men in school who are looking up to you. Be a proper example to them. It breaks my heart to walk down that street and see so many young boys. And I don't know, the next time I walk back here, 2 or 3 of them pick up a stray bullet. We have to take some level of accountability as men, boy. We are the seeds of this world. The world can continue if men die out. Who don't me? We are the seeds of the world. You go and commit a crime, running from the police, but your seed and your generation within you, for the police to gun you down with your whole generation inside of your boy. If Martin Luther King father did do that, if Nelson Mandela father did do that, what would have happened to black people in this society today? Understand the value of your seed. Mothers, brothers, sisters.
Let me. Yes, man. So for the youths of St. Kitts Nevis, that one is just asking you to control yourself and deal with your grievances in a different way and not taking each other's life. Again, I want to send condolences out to my brother there, brother Captain Prince Mills of the Caribbean Express, and the passing of his mom, Eileen Eugenie Mills. Her funeral is tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. at the Zion Moravian Church. I'm asking folks who have the time to go and show your support for him. I also want to take this opportunity to make a little advice here for my girl, dear sister, Corinne Phipps. She sent me something here earlier. Green Valley Global Inc. will be doing their Spring Heritage Walk and Brunch on Saturday, May 20th, 2023. And the brunch is going to be over there at the Church of the Holy Nativity, 3061 Bainbridge Avenue at 204th Street, Bronx, New York. Brunch start at 11 a.m. Cost is $25. So that's, again, it's going to be May 20th, 2023. Support the Green Valley Global with their usual health walk and their stuff there. There's also an event coming up for the Visions for Nevis. It's going to be a breakfast over there at the annual breakfast for the Vision for Nevis is over there at the St. Andrew's Church, 781 Castle Hill Avenue, Bronx, New York, 10473, and that starts at 8 a.m. on the 17th of June. Remember to support businesses that support you. As I've said in the past, we're getting ready to kick off our cricket season here in the Boogie Down Bronx. JefroyMorrishaw Sports Club is still seeking players to represent us here. We try to keep the culture alive here for St. Kitts Nevis in the Boogie Down Bronx. So if you know anyone that's interested in playing cricket, if you don't know the game and you want to learn the game, just come on out and support us. Also, the JefroyMorrishaw Sports Club is getting ready to head across to St. Kitts Nevis for the music festival to play some cricket and domino there. We're going to be hosted by the Police Sports Club and the St. Kitts Cricket Association as well. We are in gear, ready to go. And the 17th, when we get into St. Kitts, our first stop will be Deep Bay, as we go and support the Deep Bay Fishers Co-op at their annual fishing tournament. A lot of food and music and fun going to be over there. That will be the 17th of June. Then come the 18th, Father's Day, we're going to be heading across to Nevis, where Carbo and the crew there, Sister Janice Daniel and the crew, all Nevisians, we are putting some stuff in place to allow the general public to join us in Nevis. I have spoke to my good boy there, my cousin there, the man Sunshine at Sunshine's Beach Bar. We have some stuff that need to be finalized. As soon as we finalize that, we will let the general public know. We are looking to put something together that folks can join us and Nevis as well. We're going to be in St. Kitts. The team will be there from June 17th to July 1st. There are many people who have never been to St. Kitts before, visitors. We have to show them the real St. Kitts Nevis style of entertainment and hope that everybody have a good time and be safe. We support everything Kittish and Division. We want everybody to do well. We have this impasse with the politics. And again, I am appealing to your good citizens of St. Kitts Nevis. The politicians are getting along, you know. In spite of all the cussing and carrying on you see on the campaign trail, the politicians them get along fine. They do their thing. So why that small little number of people have got you all so brainwashed that you're fighting amongst yourselves as citizens? You're not benefiting anything out of the fight. All you're doing is giving yourself stress and headache while the politicians sit back and enjoy themselves. You know the story about the old hag? I'm going to drop this one from my boy there, Church Starship in a bit. But before we do that, I want to big up my cousin there, Gloria Hutchinson. At Smart Fit, there's a store there, and here on street across from the gas station. There's also her main location over there at the old Simaka building on Central Street next to the Skellek. Just check out Gloria. She give you whatever clothing you want, and what she don't have, you will find it. As a matter of fact, in speaking about Gloria, I keep forgetting that my girl there, Sister Laura Williams as well, has a lovely clothing store there in the TDC Mall, right next to, I think it's Domino Pizza. The dancing commissioner now could tell you where to get this. I want to big up the dancing commissioner and Sister Laura. How you all doing? Brother Dams, the man Hendrickson, the man Francis Leah, Donnelly Shiverton, how you doing? Sister Keisha Morton. Also want to big up the Lovers Lane bar over there in Tabernacle. Sister Ilo, the man Mean Green. How about the man there, Brother Freddie, King Freddie, how are you doing? Lord Kent and Debbie, my engineer there, Brother Ike, thanks for your continued support, my brother. Hope all is well. Want to say good night to Sister Dietrich, how are you doing? Sister Ann Farrell Smith, Sister Cora Bennett. How about Tracy Jeffers, Tracy Mason? The man, Dr. Martin, how are you doing, cuz? I want to big up the man Sam Conda, Dwyer Astafan, Larry Vaughan, the man there, Douglas Watley, the man, the Big Lies, the Dark Puppy and crew, the Big Banana. I also want to big up my boy Giza, the barbecue man there down on the Beffron there. I look forward to my barbecue ribs and pigtail when I get there. I also want to big up my girl there, Sister Susie, lovely cook up. My boy there, Ras Mason over there in the passing ground area. Cook some lovely cook up and bullfoot and goat water as well. You check him out every Friday and Saturday. Everything is nice there, you know. We're going to drop this track here by the man Star Shield, I want to big up Star Shield. I haven't heard from him in a bit. Just want to make sure that's all is well with my brother Star Shield. So I'm going to drop this one for you folks there in the Federation of St. Kitts Nevis. The old hog.
Think about the situation of justice in our lands. Well, just conviction should be awarded to every man, can't we understand? That punishment or death to a criminal can't be in vain. For if he's jail for life or they hang him, he would never disturb the next man again. Listen to my song. The position, why should you do wrong? There's no man who could ever be wrong and strong. So if a man commits murder, don't sit there and cry. You just hang him high and let my words condense true sense and go and tell my people that if they create more trouble, they would meet their fate. For all people say that when you're sorry for all hog, what would it do but turn around and go down your head? This advice I took from a story which I heard about a man named Bruno. In the whole of his life he wounded and murdered more than 300 people. But the judge was so biased because it was his best friend that he sent him to jail to penalty of the island so that he could not be condemned. What a big mistake. But Bruno escaped and swam back to shore. His main intention was to kill one more. So he got the judge that sent him to jail and kill his tail. But why should I hang Bruno high, real high, in order to protect other people and prevent further trouble? But judge found out late, real late, that he was sorry for that old hog. So what he do? He turned around and rode down again. A man is caught exploiting the revenue of any island. No police should just want him and set him free because of a high position. No, he should be treated the way they would treat any other man. But the law of constitution was made to govern each and every man that lives on this land. Even policeman. Well, the police, they're here to see we do right. This is no time to sit down and no time to take it light. So if a man violates the law, send him by any friend to get his beer shaven. Tell them policemen, even if Daniel is the best friend, to let him remain in the lion's den, let him meet the fate. Don't wait. But when they're sorry for that old hog, what would he do? He'll turn around and go down the gate. Well, the hearts of man is so desperately wicked, and you know it's true. So you can't afford to let sheer sympathy and goodwill just overcome you. No, if a man violates the law, no matter who he may be, he could be pastor, turner, laborer, commissioner, opinion to keep the peace. You understand me? Take down the man and clean off the head. Same way the jailmen are fed. Otherwise he'll have time to gather more tricks inside his head. Now you clearly know you must go and tell Judge Glasgow. When he catch them, don't let them go. Let them meet their fate. Don't wait. But when he's sorry for them old hogs, what would they do? They'll turn around and go down he gets. Justice should be awarded to every man, whether black, white,
rich or poor.
Yes, sound of the man star shield, justice, and the old hog, you know. Want to big up my boy there, brother Twinkie, aka Butty. How you doing there, my brother? Everything good? How about the man there, Sugars? How you doing, Sugars? Sister Catherine Morris, Weezy. How you guys doing? I want to big up my boy, the brother Weston Daniel. Well, we're gonna drop another track here. I mean, I'm getting into it. I'm doing overtime, but I'm getting into it. Yeah. Want to big up my uncle here, brother, Uncle Joseph Emmanuel there, the Garvey's estate. Don't forget to check out Uncle Joseph for your hotel needs. If you want to keep a party session and whatever, you want to just take some pictures, check him out there, the Garvey's estate. Very nice place, very nice gentleman to check out and everything like that. As the weather change here in New York, we're looking forward to the cricket season. Like I said before, Van Cortlandt Park will be the place. Look forward to see my girl there, Sister Lioness Charles. And then when she come up there and she cricket suit, them boys gonna lose the game, you know, because once Lioness walk around the park twice, them boys gonna forget we're delivering the ball, their stump gonna drop out, you know. So let me drop this one here by my boy there. Brother Ranger, how you doing there in the UK? This one.
Lord, help us, help us. Listen, look around everywhere in confusion. In our small islands, even at United Nations. World leaders, oh yes, I'm afraid to say, taking us closer to destruction every day. Oh yes, corruption breeding corruption is the talk all about. Dissatisfaction in government and policies is a common shout. Hatred, envy and spite, I say, has now become the order of the day. Oh yes, well look, the forces of evil acting today, trying to get us down in every way. So we got to stand up for what is right. That's right, drive evil deeds from the darkness onto the light. And billions, let's pray for the land. Walk hand in hand. A house divided against itself cannot stand. Collectively pray, everyone, and work with a plan. Let me drive all evil deeds from the land. Help us, help us. Right around here in our country, there are 10 situations you can clearly see. Opposition opposing every move government made, opposing everything just for opposition's sake. We see a system where our people slowly lose the right to think, and most of all the freedom to choose. In a regrettably so-called tourist industry, workers are fired without warning, without mercy. So you see, hungry mothers with their children to feed, trying desperately to fulfill their needs. A high price of survival we have to pay. Oh yes, evil force is increasing every day. And billions, let's pray for the land. Walk hand in hand. A house divided against itself cannot stand. Collectively pray, everyone, and work with a plan. Let me drive all evil deeds from the land. Syria and Afghanistan. In South Africa, victimization and oppression. Remember Grenada just the other day. A military junta destroy all that stood in its way. Oh yes, the world is standing on the brink of disaster, and may well soon end if our hungry leaders continue along this trend to pressurize people to satisfy their selfish needs, holding on to power at the expense of those they bleed. We pray that the forces of evil now stand in our way, creating heavier burdens every day, may very soon diminish from our sight. That's right, bringing brightness where once there was night. Come, pastors, pray for the land. Walk hand in hand. A house divided against itself cannot stand. Collectively pray, everyone, and work with a plan. Let me drive all evil deeds from the land. Come, pastors, pray for the land. Walk hand in hand. A house divided against itself cannot stand. Collectively pray, everyone, and work with a plan. Let me drive all evil deeds from the land.
Yeah, brother Ivor boy, I'm trying to work. I'm working hard on cutting this thing back to the 2 hours, but you're pressing me, man. You're pressing me hard, you know. Want to big up my boy Carver there in Nevis. How you doing? Hope you put your stuff in the chat there that folks know where to find Carbo's delicatessen there in Nevis. And bigging up my boy there, Mikey Slack. How you doing? Check out Mikey Slack there at the bakery, right as you come off the pier there in the mall. Also check out my girl sister Muffet Slack, liquor store right there in Charlestown. Want to big up my brother there, brother Astro. How you doing, my brother? All is well? Hope all is well with you, kid. How about the boy Jeff Pemberton? Everything good here? My girl, dear sister Patty Bartlett. Patricia, how are you doing? Sister Janice Daniel Hodge, how are you doing, Honorable? Everything good? Sister Cicely Brown, Pastor Brown, how are you doing? How is everything there on your end? How is the family? Everybody good there with you? I'm here trying to get things together for Sister Delicious. Delicious Nicholas Brown, you're hot tonight. I'm playing some music to calm down, you know. You and Lioness, you need to just chill, eh? I just jam in some tracks to calm down you before I cut out of here because, you know, I know you all are good people. We're going to drop this other track here. Things tight down there, you know, things tight, you know, things tight. Ah, boy. Things tight. They say nobody know the DJ. Lord of the King. How are you?
Of late, I just get so worried and confused. I wonder how we going to survive. For the few pennies that the average man make weekly could hardly support his family. As taxes rise annually, reality choking me. Medical bills reaching the thousands. Big debt for me child school fee. Even can buy grocery. While gas price rising, all the masses balling. Even the poor people catching hell. Yes, they say in the country doing well. It's so ridiculous. Them fellas squeezing us. For time so hard. Dog and no can find bones to bite. Things getting tight. Injustice and frustration, bringing hardship on the land. While poor people suffer, big fellas bed getting butter. And when things don't go their way, they catch a plane and fly away. Watch them, you will see, they don't give a damn about you and me. Check them carefully, they're knocking glass and laughing at we. Body die, boom bam badai. Oh lie, jam bam bam body. Who do die? You do that. One set of fellas, they control everything, so they can't see the pain and suffering. Hotel workers experiences daily in the modern day slavery industry. As maids and waitresses fall, service charge keep getting small. Wages bottom low, they got no place to go. 3 eagles fly here daily, most times I wipe half empty. Airport looks so busy, still the taxi men fussy. Even the poor people catching hell, they still say in the country doing well. Lord have mercy on us, them fellas squeezing us. For time so hard, dog and no can find bones to bite. Things getting tight, things really tight. Injustice and frustration, bringing havoc on the land. While poor people suffer, big fellas bed getting butter. And when things don't go their way, they catch a boat and sail away. Watch them, you will see, they don't give two kicks about you and me. Check them carefully, they're knocking glass and laughing at we. Oh yeah. Oh, tam boom bam bada. Who do that? Who do that? Who do that? Water bills getting steeper and steeper. Get the poisoning we with rusty water. And as soon as you owe Anglet, they are quick and ready to disconnect. The telephone's gone high-tech, taking every cent to make. The commercial banks seizing jeeps and cars. On the radio station, beer houses up for action. May God help we from this calamity. Even the poor people catching hell, they still say in the country doing well. Things getting serious, them fellas squeezing us. For time so hard, dog and no can find bones to bite. Things getting tight, oh yeah. Things really tight. Injustice and frustration, bringing hardship on the land. While poor people suffer, big fellas beg getting butter. And when things don't go their way, they catch a plane and fly away. Watch them, you will see, they don't give a damn about you and me. Check them carefully, they're knocking glass and laughing at we. Oh Lord, would they die? They do die, we do that. Would they die?
Yes, man, good song there by the man Lord Anything. Rest in peace, my brother. I want to big up my boy Shabby Dandy in the Republic of St. Paul's. How you doing, brother? How is the wife and kids? The man Shama. How you doing, Baker? Everything good? The man Ninky. I want to big up my boy, the brother Ben Taylor, Ben Francis over there in the Senko area. My uncle Eustace, how you doing? How is the folks there? The man Deuce. How about my cousin there, brother Ken Bernier? How about sister Pamela Bernier? Everybody good? I want to big up my boy there, Sasio. Everything, Irie. We're going to drop another track, you know, like I said, I'm going to cool it down. I realized that the chat was hot this evening, so let me just try and cool it down a bit. You know, we're going to drop this one coming from the lice. We want to make sure that the markup fella good when he get his letter, you know?
Oh, yes! Ma'am, my good friend, Ma'am Nevis, I got the letter. Trying to scare me, but that can't stop me. I got a letter last December in response to my calypso. The writer wanted me to answer why I attack the government so. How dare I sing about labor? How dare I show disfavor? How dare I suggest that the doctor was a pathological liar? The letter went on to inform me that they will deduct my salary. Oh, in 95 when I went to study, I left the country in purpose. The letter said, you got to pay. Big lice boy, you can't get away. You can't take the people's money and get away scot-free. No matter how long it take me, you have to pay back the treasury. So let this be a warning. Doctor, your day is coming. When your wait is over, I hope you're ready for your letter. Boy, all the money missing, going overseas. New York, we gotta talk. You see this thing they call power. Sometimes it gets to your head. It could even cause a doctor to somehow become weighted. So much so he gets on the radio talking things that he don't know. And when I sing in my calypso, he get on like a puppy show. It is a sad day in this country, a sad day for democracy. When because one speaks the truth freely, one is targeted on him. The letter say, you got to pay. Big lies boy, you can't get away. You can't take the people's money and get away scot-free. No matter how long it take me, you have to pay back the treasury. So let this be a warning. Doctor, your day is coming. When your wait is over, I hope you're ready for your letter. Oh yeah. People asking me what's happening. But I go. People keep asking me big lies what happened. How could a single calypso cause the doctor to act so doting? Oh, a whole week on radio. And the Coney who signed the letter, she too should have known better. Before fixing her signature, she should have thought of the procedure. The doctor talk about the people's money and question my integrity. But he was so eager to get at me, he came to double check his truth. The letter said, you got to pay. Big lies boy, you can't get away. You can't take the people's money and get away scot-free. No matter how long it take we, you have to pay back the treasury. So let this be a warning, doctor, your day is coming. When your wait is over, I hope you're ready for your letter. Yeah, writing me letter. What stupidness. Oh, listen. My letter came in December, but yours might be on its way. But trust me, it's a dead letter, trying to tell me what to say. How dare you try to dissuade me from addressing the wrongs I see? Could be a red letter there in this country. When the labor becomes history, you're trying hard to persecute me for singing truthfully. But remember, when you write a letter, you must prepare to get an answer. Your letter would say, doctor, you got to pay. Then ZELLE boy, you can't get away. You can't take the people's money and get away scot-free. No matter how long it take we, you have to pay back the treasury. So let this be a warning, doctor, your day is coming. When your wait is over, I hope you're ready for your letter. Give it up, every cent you gonna pay back. All a million going to New York City.
Oh, how things have changed. Yeah, boy, the red letter there did come, but they take it back. I understand some 20+ million gone missing from Development Bank and much, much more. My partner think Ninky said much, much more. Want to big up sister Celine Tobias. I see you all having a ball there online. I'm not staying with you all much longer, you know. I'm going to drop 2 more tracks and I'm out of here. I'm going to make my tracks and go and get something to eat. I haven't eaten my dinner all evening because Ivor have me here busy. I'm not supposed to be eating this late for an old man like me now, you know, Ivor. So got to drop 2 more tracks and I'm out of here. This one is, we're going to pray for the land right about now because based on what I'm seeing coming through and so and this chat tonight, we definitely need some prayer there in the Federation of St. Kitts Nevis. Bigging up my boy Carbo one more time. Elvan Ellie, the man Alvan Brown. Everybody good, the man Desmond Hicks there in St. Croix. Sister Francil, how you doing? Caroline Clark, how you doing there? Want to big up my girl Joseph Glassford Buchanan, how you doing? How about Sister Ivy Carty, Jed Kirk and the crew there? Want to big up Tracy Jeffers one more time. Tracy Powell, how are you doing? Everything good with you guys? Want to just drop 1 more final track, and you know, once I drop this final track, I'm going to be heading into the unofficial national anthem of the Federation of St. Kitts Nevis. That's the right song by the King Arrow. Once you hear that song, you know I'm out of here. So stand by for the man, King Craig. Pray for the land. St. Kitts Nevis, we love you.
What? Shuba-duba-dai. This blessed country, O land of beauty, I pray for thee. Some people have that wrong philosophy that politicians can save a country. They never try and do it spiritually. And now the system explodes. loading on we. The country in a recession, a big change from the old time religion. Mankind rewriting history in a modern but a bad version. We living in our final days. Take a look and change your ways. For our beautiful country, going back to slavery days, only a prayer for the land can stop drug violence and crime. A prayer for the land, yes, these are the signs of the end of time. A prayer for the land, the price of living, man, is so high. A prayer for the land, that even the rich like the poor cry. You say you're concerned and care, we country living in fear, but all are we born right here. So let's say a prayer, the Almighty Father will hear. And I see, did and bad one boy, shuba duba die. Oh God Almighty, show some mercy on this our country. My world standard gone way down the drain. Little children using rum, crack and cocaine. It seems like wicked-itions gone insane, and everyone playing the dirty game. Too much guns and drugs in the country, owned by Tom, Dick and Harry. But if you're wrong, you must pay for it, for the law, no one above it. Put an end to victimization, oppression and segregation. It's not a good thing for this country, so let's try and wipe it out totally with a prayer for the land, of fire and brimstone go burn with it. A prayer for the land, some say they're picking out who should get paid. A prayer for the land, and that's why the prisoners burn down the jail. A prayer for the land, one day it must prevail. Please don't let this country become an next Haiti. No peace, no unity. Bow down humbly, the Almighty will answer it. Oh yeah, Dida Bada Boy, Shuba Duba Die. Oh God Almighty, show some mercy on this our country. They now call we terror Paradise Island. No longer a country where peace abound. Yes, I used to boast about my land of beauty, the freest nation with democracy. But now we are the capital for drug pushers and money launderers. Shame and scandal is on we, take it state and it's universally. Some blame it on the politicians for the unstabilized conditions. We going from bad to worse, our blessed country now cursed. But a prayer for the land will help us to live with other people. A prayer for the land, for that's why the nation in big trouble. A prayer for the land, united we stand, divided we fall. A prayer for the land, citizens answer your duty call. Righteousness exalts a nation, the most I hate poor man depression. So I'm calling on everyone to take a stand. Take it, listen to my song. Did a bad over boy, shuba duba die. What? this blessed country, O land of beauty, I pray for thee.
Yes, I'll pray for the Federation of St. Kitts Nevis. Good evening. I'm DJ Morrishaw, and I want to say to you folks online that I really enjoy coming here on a Wednesday evening and chit-chatting with you all. You know, we're not going to agree on everything, but, you know, the idea is that we come together as citizens, whether at home or in the diaspora, and we have our chat, and, you know, hope folks don't take it personal when I present the receipts. The receipts that I present is your politicians, they're mostly in Nevis, with that hospital wing that we need to get some straight answers on. Also that opposition office, we need to take care of those funds. I hope Sister Janice Daniel Hodges on that airport situation, we need to get some answers, you know. So Brother Ivor, I'm hoping next week, Wednesday, I can try get back to my 2-hour stint. You know, these extended hours is really not the plan. I know that's your plan, but my plan is a 2-hour stint. So we're gonna try again next week to go back to the 2-hour shift. But in the meantime, in between time, I want you to take a listen to the unofficial national anthem of St. Kitts Nevis by the man, the King Arrow. This one is called Arise. Sister Naomi Ward, I hope you are well arise and listening to this one. I know you love this one. Sister Hazel Claxton and Sister Rosita Pontines. My girl there, Gloria, how are you doing? I hope all is well with you, Sister Gloria Bristol. And my girl there. Oh yeah!
unification, building a brand new nation. We move on together hand in hand. Rise, citizens, arise. The country is yours, all yours, still yours. Can your conscience be clear? Indulging corruption or misusing public office, being accused of unemployment and crimes, or disrupting a citizen's peace. Oh, my country in this harmony, separated politically. Hatred for a brother, cannot love each other. No, I say no, not at all. Citizens, let's unite and stand up for rights, all our lives and our lives. Let us reintegrate and correct our mistakes. Reunification, building a brand new nation. We move on together hand in hand. So rise, citizens, arise. The country is yours, all yours, still yours.
Yes, that's the sound of the late, great, the man King Arrow. I want to say good night to my boy there, Brother Lincoln Hapson, aka DJ Rabuka, Mrs. Hapson and the family. Hope all is well with you guys. Also want to hail up my boy there one more time, Brother Mean Green. How we doing? The man K.O., the man Kibo. How about the man Wayne O'Gara? Everything good with you? Hope all is well. Want to pick up my boy there, Brother Julian Pemberton and crew there in the Federation of St. Kitts Nevis. Hope you guys doing okay. You're still washing down those buildings in Nevis. I know you guys don't have no fire in Nevis. All you got is an arrogant Moutamasi boy there they call Baby Grantley. Hope all is well with you guys on that end. So folks, that's it for tonight. Look forward to seeing you guys next week, Wednesday, same place, same time. 6 p.m. until 8 p.m. either. 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. That is what we're working with next week. All right. So take it easy. One love. Stay safe. Hope you guys have a good weekend. Look forward to yet that all is well next week. Yeah, but I'll try my best.